Go to the start. Go to the start. Go to the start. Ready. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
The pursuit of the Crystal Globe reaches its final act this weekend after 4 months of racing. The last World Cup event on the circuit is upon us. And as the doors to the Hala Olivia Arena open in Gdansk, Poland this weekend, 2 Koreans have their respective championships in their sights. On the men's side, defending champion Park Ji-won came out ablaze last weekend in Dresden, a sweep of both 1,000-meter events to storm past Canada's Stephen Dubois. He holds a 109-point lead as he chases his repeat title. Meanwhile, for the women, we've seen teenage domination from Korea's Kim Gilly. Gilly has won 7 individual golds this year, including a pair of thousands last weekend. She stands nearly 200 points clear of Kristen Santos Griswold of the United States. Her coronation is at hand 5 months before she turns 20. Relay championships and more compelling storylines to be told. Our final weekend of World Cup racing begins. We welcome you to ISU's coverage of World Cup Gdansk. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Gdansk, Poland. Patrick Keenis with you as we kick off the last World Cup events of this 23-24 season. And a look at the schedule over the course of the weekend. We'll have the 2 different runnings of the 500 meters and a running of 1,000, the 1,500, the mixed relay, and the women's and men's relays as we get a look at the schedule of events and our officials on the ice and up in the booth over the course of this weekend. Alessandro Mauri, our chief referee. Well, as they prepare the ice for a lot of these skaters who raced in the European Championships about a month ago, very familiar ice. This is the same ice where Pietro Segal of Italy claimed all 3 individual events at the Euros. And hopefully a good homecoming for him. But the storylines are going to be the 2 Koreans, Park Ji-won and Kim Gilly, nearly insurmountable leads for each of those 2 as this weekend begins. It was only a couple of point difference between Park Ji-won and Stephen Dubois going into Dresden last week. But Park Ji-won, a force in Dresden last week. As Park claimed both 1,000 meters, Stephen Dubois was on the podium just once, earning bronze in the first 1,000, and that allowed Park Ji-won to take full command as he looks to repeat. So the fans are still gathering here in Gdansk. Excellent crowds at the Hala Olivia Arena about a month ago for the European Championships, and fans are grabbing their seats and getting ready for a big weekend of racing. Even looks like they're celebrating the occasion here in Gdansk with their apparel and their souvenirs already firmly in hand. So look at a beautiful arena here in Gdansk, one of the tallest buildings in all of Poland, about 180 meters high, and ready to get things started. We'll open things up here today with the first running of the 1,000. We'll start on the men's side. And in this morning session, we'll get through the quarterfinals of both the women's and men's 1,500 and the quarterfinals of the mixed relay. That will wrap up the morning session here in Gdansk. And then in the afternoon, the prelims of the 1,000. We'll get through those. We'll have the second prelims and the heats of the 500-meter, the second running of it, and the quarterfinals for both the women's and men's relays. So about to get underway on this qualifying day from Gdansk. We'll open things up with the prelims of the men's 500 meters, where we will have 51 skaters vying for a spot in the heats. And there's a look at the opening 5 in this opening heat. We'll have 11 different heats, first place and second place, and then a maximum of 8 third-place finishers by time will move through to the heats coming up. And Felix Roussel with a big weekend last week. Family was in attendance. Parents were in Germany to see him claim a World Cup gold in the 500, silver in the 1,000. And there's a look at Roussel, who right now is 8th in the Crystal Globe chase. It's been a big kind of back half of the season for Roussel. Earned bronze back in Seoul in the 1,500 as well. Adrian Deguetard, Miyato Shoga, Dominic Anderman, and Bram Steenaerts from the Netherlands. Those are the 5 as we open up action in Gdansk. So glad you're with us. Sit back, enjoy the racing. Here we go. Four and a half laps for these 51 skaters, and we're underway. Roussel in the white helmet, 3rd at the classification, the 500 meters over the course of the year. That's thanks to a silver in the opening events of the season back in Montreal, and the aforementioned gold in the 500 last week in Dresden. Deguetard from Belgium on the inside in helmet 94. He will sneak past Roussel for the lead, but Felix will take it right back. As we now hear the bell in this opening race here in Gdansk. It is Roussel in front, little slip by Deguetard, and that's going to allow Steenaerts of the Netherlands to sneak up into second place, and that will be the unofficial results. Yellow box in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is lit. We will have one video review as we open things up here in Poland. So Roussel out ahead of the damage. He'll move on to the heats and continue his role here in this final World Cup circuit events. Alessandra Mauri is our chief referee on the ice. Polona Punic from Slovenia, along with Veronica Dennis from Hungary. Those are the assistant referees on the ice. Alexander Avalic from Slovakia and Jerry Kringscheld from the Netherlands are up in the video booth. So they will get their... They won't have even a chance to take a swig of coffee here in Gdansk. They're up as far as their work begins. There is a little bit of perhaps a nudge there involving Miyata Shogo of Japan. Deguetard kind of leans in with that left shoulder as they fight for that second position. So they'll have a look. And we'll see if there are any penalties assessed here. So there's a look at Felix Roussel, 22-year-old, 8th in the Crystal Globe. Park Ji-won, though, as we mentioned, has a healthy lead, 89 points. Stephen Dubois, 2nd. William D'Angelo, 3rd. Pierre Gillet, 5th. And then a Roussel. So plenty of Canadians inside the top 10. You have 4 of the top 8, as a matter of fact, from Canada. Now, taking a look at the schedule over the course of the weekend, not for events, but for skaters who are here as we get the results. And Miata does draw the penalty. That will also advance Deguetard into the heats. So Roussel and Steenaert finish 1-2. And that will put Anderman right now on the bubble as far as advancing. As we take a look on the illegal late pass charged against Miata. And again, Deguetard was in qualifying position in that second slot, so he will move through via the penalty. And now we'll look at the second prelim we have. There's Jordan Pierre Gillet, right now sitting 5th overall for the 25-year-old. And Pierre Gillet has been on the podium 3 times this World Cup season in the 500, including a pair of golds in Beijing when they ran this event twice. And he's off to the early lead. Gleb Ivchenko from Kazakhstan right now is 2nd. Ole Ahande of Ukraine right now 3rd in the blue and yellow. Sui Jin from Hong Kong. Peter Yazapati from Hungary round out the field here in this prelim. Well, it's been a season of breakout stars for Canada. Pierre Gillet, a couple of golds. Dane Blais, Ricky Doak. William D'Angelo at the top of that list for Canada as Pierre Gillet will claim the second prelim. And Roussel breaking out really effectively last weekend with a couple of podium finishes in Dresden. But as I was mentioning about the skaters who are here, we'll kind of set the table on the men's side and then get to the women when they come out for their 500-meter heats here in a few moments. But on the men's side, Park Ji-won, we'll see him in the 1,500 and the 1,000 this weekend. Stephen Dubois, again, second place in the Crystal Globe standings and 89 points behind. So he has to really effectively win both of his events and get some help from Park Ji-won, maybe not getting on podiums, to give Dubois an opportunity. Dubois' 2 events this weekend will be each of these 500s. So we'll see Dubois coming up in a couple of minutes. Kim Gun-woo currently in 4th place, but he is far, far afield, over 300 points behind. He'll be in the 1,000 and the 1,500. And Pierre Gillet, who right now is sitting top 5 in that 5th spot opening up this weekend, he'll be in both 500s again. Yes, I did not mention William Dangino. William Dangino is not on the active roster here in Gdansk this weekend for Canada. So Dangino beginning this weekend in 3rd place, likely to slip maybe a slot or 2 depending on how things play out for the other skaters behind him this weekend in Gdansk. There are the results, and now on to the 3rd prelim of 11. We'll see American Andrew Hio, 22-year-old, couple of teenagers, Maximov and Lezans from Latvia. Lukas Kaczynski on the inside, the white and red representing Poland on home ice in helmet 35. Part of their groundbreaking relay squad last year at the Euros on the men's side. First ever Polish team to earn a medal at the Europeans. And what did they do this year? Well, got on the podium twice, again in the 5,000-meter relay with Kaczynski and his teammates, and also earned silver in the mixed relay. And the Polish team has really been on a good run over the last couple of World Cups. There's the bell. Kaczynski right now in front. Hio second. Kyle Ross-Waddell of Great Britain in 3rd. And they navigate the last corner, and it will be Kaczynski and Hio 1-2. And Ross-Waddell up for 3rd. We'll see Selye coming up a little bit later in these prelims, also representing Poland. And Michael Nowinski coming up a couple of heats from now. So there's a little extra energy in the building when those skaters representing the white and red of Poland are on the ice. Fun atmosphere they put on a couple of weeks ago with the European Championships here. There you see the finish. So Kaczynski will move through. And the official results from the 3rd prelim. Ross-Waddell's 41.890. And now to the 4th prelim. We'll see Denis Nikisha from Kazakhstan, who was one of the top 500 skaters last season. Nikisha, a couple of 500-meter golds last year. And got onto the podium in the 4th World Cup stop of this year in Seoul, winning bronze behind Liu Xiaowang and So Yi-ra. But a major threat of this 500-meter distance. Maybe it has not been the type of year he hoped for in terms of hardware, but still highly regarded within the sport at this distance by his peers. 3-time Olympian inside position in helmet 11. Brendan Corey from Australia in the 2nd position. Martin Kolenc from Croatia. Stefan Alexander Kamergiev from Bulgaria. And Li Jinyu from China. Those are the 5. And Nikisha off and running. Kolenc, the veteran of the crew. Corey, 3rd place behind him. And Nikisha with a little clearance between him and Kolenc as he hears the bell. Battle right now is for that 2nd spot. And Brendan Corey slides past Kolenc. So this prelim belongs to Denis Nikisha. Corey up for 2nd. 41.72 for college. They're simply trying to avoid the repechage, so the top two automatically moving through. And most of the third place finishers will as well. 8 of the 11 third place finishers have the potential to move on. But we have seen one advancement already via penalty. Well, still some results to be had for Nikisha, even though it perhaps has not been the year he hoped for in terms of medal podium appearances for him. But you have the World Championships coming up about a month from now in Rotterdam, and a lot of momentum to be gained here this weekend in Gdansk. So Nikisha and Corey finish 1-2. And now the second Polish skater of 3 who we will see in these prelims of the 500, Michael Nowinski, the 20-year-old. He became the first ever Polish short tracker to win gold at the World Juniors. He's a quality, burly, young skater from Poland. And he is big, he is strong, and very aggressive out there on the ice. 4 skaters in this heat. Here's Zaksabayev, Yang Chengri from Hong Kong, and Mohamed Bozdag from Turkey.
Position 5. Go to the start. Ready.
Bozdag, as a matter of fact, on the left side of your screen in helmet 133, took silver at the Winter Youth Olympics in January in the 1,000-meter, and that was a first ever for Turkey in terms of a medal at the Winter Youth Olympic Games. So here it comes. From the back of the pack, Nowinski sprints out front, Zaksabayev right alongside. And Bozdag back in 4th position. 2 laps to go. Back straight. Final time for Nowinski. Little peek there. No trouble. Zaksabayev behind him by about a meter, and Nowinski will win his heats. Zaksabayev finishing 2nd. Bozdag did finish 3rd, but at 43.15, questionable to move through. Let's see if that time perhaps can hold up. And we've seen one advancement due to penalty. Deguitere out of the opening prelim. So now a max of 7 third-place finishers will move through. There's the finish for Nowinski. So far, Poland 2 out of 2 getting out of the prelims. Guzinski and now Nowinski. And the results official. Right now, that Bozdag time would be good enough, but again, we haven't even gone through 7 heats. And getting ready for number 6. Skaters are on the ice. Quentin Faircock right now 4th at this distance over the course of this year for the French Olympian. A couple of podium finishes for Faircock in the 500 this year. Bronze in Montreal and a silver in Beijing. But he's been generally a contender, certainly getting into the semifinals. There's Mattia Antonioli. 1 World Cup podium for him over his career, 27-year-old. Caleb Park of the United States is in this field. Fachkis from the Czech Republic. And Mirat Taktasi from Turkey. Those are the 5 in heat number 6.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, Fairkalk, a guy who's been kind of on the scene for several years, but I think he would probably admit this is his most consistent year at an elite level representing France. He's been very solid over the course of this World Cup season. And Fairkalk defending and out to the early lead. Fochkis still second. There's Tatasi up in a third. Antonioli still at that lead group and a little bit of a gap to Caleb Park of the U.S. There's the bell, and down goes Antonioli. Fairkalk still in front. Fochkis in second. And Tatasi will finish third, 42 low for Tatasi, which will get him in line to move through to the heats. Caleb Park of the U.S. fourth. Antonioli went down with about a lap to go. A pretty quick turnaround over the course of the last weekend in Dresden. It's about 650 kilometers from Dresden, Germany to where we are in Gdansk this weekend. They're back-to-back weekends of World Cup action. Just like we saw in Montreal the opening couple of weeks, and then the Asian swing from Beijing to Seoul. Fairkalk and Fochkis finish 1-2 officially. And now on to prelim heat number 7. 4 skaters here. Teun Boer, the 22-year-old from the Netherlands. One individual World Cup podium for Boer, who right now is ranked just outside the top 20. Was a bronze in Montreal last year for Boer. Silver podium finish of the Euros in the 500. Behind Pietro Segal. Everybody finished behind Segal that weekend on this ice. That was about a month ago.
Go to the start. Ready.
These young men of Korea, Japan's Hiroki Yokoyama, and it's Rostislav Leontenko from Ukraine. Those are the 4 on the ice. Again, first and second move through automatically to the heats, which will be not all that far away from now, probably less than an hour or so. Boer, Lee, and Yokoyama, 1, 2, 3. And the bell for Boer. Fight for second position. A little pull up there by Yokoyama. And Lee will finish second. Boer claims it. Every one of those top 3 skaters under 42 seconds. No Shinky Connect this weekend for the Dutch. The Liu brothers from China are not here in Gdansk this weekend either. They did not race last week. And William Danjno not on the entry list for Canada coming into this weekend. So Danjno last week win the 1500 over Desmet and Kim Gun-woo. Outside of that, the big names are here in Gdansk. There are the results. 41.795 for Yokoyama. And right now, that is good enough to move on. 4 more heats remain. And we'll see Kai Husman of the Netherlands, Kim Tae-sung, Lee Kun, and Great Britain's Jonathan Moody. Actually lived in the United States before he moved back to England when he was about 12 years old. There is Husman. couple of golds at the Euros back last month in both relays, the 2,000-meter mixed relay and the men's 5,000.
Go to the start. Ready.
Oh, check out Li Kun from China in helmet 55. He's 19. Bronze medalist at the World Juniors at this distance just last year. So we'll see how he fares here against Hausman and Kim Tae-sung. And a straightaway start, and there's a fair gap between all four of the skaters as they come around this corner. Couple laps to go. Kim Tae-sung right now in front. Hausman second. And there's the bell. Li Kun right now third. But time will matter for him as far as either going through the repechage to try and get back in the main draw, or by time. The time is going to be 42 low for Li Kun. Kim and Hausman finish 1-2. So Kim Tae-sung, World Junior champ of this distance 5 years back in 2019. First World Cup individual gold came in Almaty last year in the 500. Nice low on the ice, look straight on as Kim comes out of that last corner. The results are now official. Moody finishing fourth, so he'll have to come through the repechage to get back into the main draw. Repechage will be tomorrow here in the 500s. So now 3 more prelim heats to go. The Olympic bronze medalist from Pyeongchang, So Yi-ra, will have inside position to Roberts Kreuzberg's 22-year-old from Latvia will be in the second position. There's a look at So Yi-ra. 1 podium this year. Silver in the 500 in Seoul behind Liu Xiaoang. Theo Collins, Ernestas Czech from Lithuania, and Enzo Proust. Those are the 5.
Go to the start. Ready.
First of the corner is So. And Kreuzberg's on the chase behind him. Proust third. So and Kreuzberg's have broken apart a bit in this short 500-meter race. And coming up on the bell, Collins and Proust are dueling for third as they come around the back straight. Kreuzberg's makes the pass, and Roberts Kreuzberg's will take down this heat. So Yi-ra second. Proust did get up for third ahead of Czech as Collins went down. Boy, it's hard to believe we are this close to the World Championships, that this is the last World Cup event. Feels like we just started a couple of weeks ago. It was late October when we began the campaign in Montreal. And the results coming through. Kreuzberg's, So Yi-ra, Proust time of 42.6 right now, still good enough to qualify for the heats, but 2 more heats remaining here in the prelims. And we'll get a nice little announcement and ovation for Selye, the third of the 3 Polish skaters here in the 500. Actually made his debut representing France, came to Poland a couple of years ago. Calls Gdansk home now. So there's a look at Cellier, key piece of their relay squads as well. Thomas Natalini from Italy. Furkan Akar from Turkey. Zhang Jinzi from China. Those are the 4 contenders in this 10th of 11 prelim heats in the men's 500.
Go to the start. Ready.
There were no individual podiums at the Euros for Poland, but they had some contenders. But their relays got to the podium. Men's relay took bronze. The mixed relay squad took silver. And the women's relay team did get to the A final in their 3,000-meter relay, did not win a medal. But the performances by the Polish skaters here in Gdansk about a month ago, quite good. And there's the move by Cellier. They get past the car, and there's the bell. Tight for second. Natalini swings wide to get around Zhang. And Cellier there, Natalini second. Zhang at 42.8, finishing third. So we have one more prelim heat to go for the men. And we'll check by time and see who's on the bubble time-wise for that last third-place spot, assuming no advancements coming. So there's the finish for Cellier. Natalini will not have to worry about his time. He's into the 500-meter heats. So Cellier finishes the perfect trifecta for the Polish skaters in the prelims of the 500. He's through. The 42.8 will not be good enough for Zhang. As I scan the previous results, the third place time on the bubble going into this final prelim is Enzo Proust at 42.637. And this will feature Stephen Dubois, Marcus Howard, Adam Zizgetti from Hungary. There's a look at Dubois. He was leading the Crystal Globe standings last week by a couple of points. And just domination by Park Ji-won, winning both thousands. So that shuffles Dubois back to second place, but he's 89 points behind. Still with a shot, though. I mean, he has to take care of business in both 500s, and if he gets a little bit of help, actually a lot of help he'll need, but still certainly mathematically viable.
Go to the start. Ready.
Dubois, utterly consistent over the year. He's actually inside the top 7 in each of the 3 individual classification distances. Ranked number 7 in the 500, number 2 in the 1,000, number 6 in the 1,500 coming into Gdansk this weekend. Marcus Howard of the U.S. right on his blades in that second position, but Dubois and Howard have broken free. Fedorenko third, Zigeti fourth, and Erden Beleg from Mongolia far up behind the field. There's the bell for Dubois. Well, what's the easiest way to eat an elephant? A bite at a time. And for Dubois, he's going to have to take some small bites of the elephant in these 500 races over the course of this weekend to have a shot. But the first bite has been taken. A clean victory for Dubois in his prelim heats. Marcus Howard finishing second for the U.S. Again, it's mathematically possible. It is unlikely, but again, it's short track speed skating. Anything can happen, even if you're the defending Crystal Globe champion, as Park Ji-won is, with almost a 100-point lead. But that will be one of the storylines we watch over the course of this weekend. So the results are official. And Zaghetti's third place time, 43 low, will not be good enough. So that means Proust will advance on to the heats coming up in about a half hour's time. To the big names, Soye Ra, Stephen Dubois, Clinton Faircock, Nowinski, Nikisha, Kuzinski, Pierre Gillet, and Roussel and the others are all through into the heats. So we are underway. ISU Gdansk will have a break as they resurface the ice. And when we return, we'll come back with the heats of the women's 500 and the men's 500. They're looking at about 18 minutes from now, so we will be back at 48 minutes past the hour, about 18 minutes from now, for the women's and men's 500-meter heats. You're watching coverage of ISU World Cup Gdansk. Stick around. And ready to resume. Time now for the 500-meter women's heats. Here from Hala Olivia Arena in Gdansk, Poland. We will have 8 heats, 38 skaters vying for a spot in the quarterfinals directly. First and second place, and a maximum of 2 will advance to the quarters. We'll see Kim Bhutan, 4-time Olympic medalist who just returned to World Cup action last week in Dresden. Bhutan will lead this heat. Latai from the United States, Song Giroux from China, Louis Beaubier from Poland, and Barbara Samoji from Hungary. Those are the 5. And there's looking Bhutan back to competition, working on her studies over the course of the first half of this World Cup season. She now has her eyes set on Rotterdam, the World Championships in the middle of next month. Form looked fairly good for Bhutan and Suzanne Schulting, who also made her return to World Cup action for the first time last week. Samoji goes down, and we do get a whistle, and they will have a restart. Samoji slipped as she came out of that opening corner. She'll have the blades checked out. Let's see what happened. She's in the middle of your screen in a helmet 110. Couple of stumbles. She went down. Beaubier from Poland back behind her at the top of your screen. See if they connected a little bit. Perhaps a little bit of contact with Song, and then Samoji goes down, and the race was halted. Alessandro Mauri from Italy is our chief referee on the ice. So we were talking on the men's side during the prelims of their 500 a little bit ago about who's here, the state of the standings in the Crystal Globe chase. Well, it's Kim Gillies to win. She's 135 points clear of Santos Griswold. She will be in this first running of the 500. Kim Gilly will, and the 1,000. And back for the restart. Bhutan will be in this 500 and the 1,000. Schulting, who again just returned to World Cup action last week, will be in the 1,000 and 1,500. Same 2 races for Corey Stoddard of the U.S. Santos Griswold will be in the 1,000 and the 1,500. And Belzebor will be in the second running of the 500 and the 15. Canada Smith will be in the 1,000 and this first running of the 500. So those are the top 5 plus the other 2 big names with Bhutan and Schulte. Bhutan in front, Latai second, Song third. And those 3 have broken apart from the rest of the pack. There's the bell. Now navigating the final quarter, Bhutan and Latai will go 1-2. Song for third. They'll take a maximum of 2 fastest thirds. We have 8 heats. So it is in the best interest of these skaters to finish inside the top 2. Latai did behind Bhutan. One thing that Suzanne Schulting mentioned at the end of last week's event in Dresden, she was very, very pleased with kind of her form. And tactically, she was happy with where things went. And normally, the strategy, the kind of real-time decision-making in these type of events is usually the last thing to come around, but Schulting was pretty pleased with her processing of situations last weekend. So with Schulting and Bhutan, 1 World Cup event under their belts, we'll see what kind of improvement we see this weekend from 2 of the sport's greatest stars. Second heat, there is Wang Yi. She's had a very good breakout season. Just 18 years old, one of the top 500-meter skaters. She's been on 3 podiums this year, all at this 500-meter distance. A couple of bronze and a silver for Wang Yi last week behind Xander Belzebor in the 500. There's Courtney Sereau of Canada. Levesque Grapetsky and Eunice Lee of the United States round out the 5.
Red.
So they break off the line. It is Wang Yi defending her inside position. Levesque third, Sereau sandwiched in between. And then Repetska and back to Eunice Lee in fifth. Little look over the right shoulder of Sereau. Just wanted to get an idea where Levesque was as far as positioning on the ice and how far behind she was. Here's the bell. Wang and Sereau are still 1-2. Levesque a tight third. Oh, and the two leaders go down. Levesque sidesteps them both and will finish first. Eunice Lee of the United States for second, and Sereau, who was involved in that little collision up front, somehow stayed on her skates and finished third. But they will have further review of that one. And again, typically in a race like this, in the prelims or in the heats, if you're 1-2 and you have a bit of a gap, there are usually not any kind of issues or any challenges to get around. But those two, Wang and Sereau, in that final back straight, got tied up. And Wang Yi went down. Sereau looked like she was about to go down. And there you see, there's the fall. They both go down. Sereau very quickly back to her skates. Look at, somehow got around Wang Yi and back on her skates, finished a close third. So there's a look at our chief referee, Alessandra Mauri from Italy. Taking a look, quick look. Well, Yi in the lead. Sereau coming up from behind on her inside. And Wang Yi goes down. There's Sereau trying to bully her way through, and like the right blade kind of caught the left calf of Wang Yi right there. And that was plenty to trip up Wang Yi. Sereau quickly fought back to her skates, finished third, but really taking a look at a potential penalty that could move and probably should move Wang Yi on to the quarterfinals, waiting on the official results. And Sereau glanced back at the scoreboard to get the official determination here. Nothing posted yet. Helmet off of Wang Yi on the right side of her screen in the background. And now the results are up, and it will be a penalty to Sereau. So Wang Yi will be advanced because of that penalty. Levesque claims the heat. Eunice Lee, finishing second, will also earn the automatic spots into the quarterfinals, and Wang Yi will be advanced as well. And Sereau will not have an opportunity, by earning that penalty, will not have an opportunity to come through the repechage here in the 500. We'll take a look. And it is that contact, the right blade against the back of the left leg of Wang Yi right there. And again, at that stage, they're both in line to move on. First two will advance. Sereau, but of an aggressive move and costly. So now to the third of 8 heats. Camilla Stormoska, big weekend last weekend in Dresden. So you want to talk about a nice homecoming and momentum built. Stormoska has a 23-year-old from right here in Poland, but last week, 2 podium finishes for Stormoska. A bronze in the 500 and a bronze in the 1,000, and she is bursting out ahead here. Matter of fact, those podium finishes last week were her first individual podiums in 4 years. So she is coming into great form at the perfect time. Big crash in the back. There's the bell for Stormoska. There's Hedvig Hilde who went down. Stormoska in front. Yermek gets around Adamenko for second place. So Adamenko will finish third. Camilla Stormoska, solid opening race this weekend in Gdansk. Confidence, momentum to legitimate asset. And Stormowska right now, probably with the most confidence that she has skated with in her career. I mean, the bronzes she earned last week were behind two of the finest in each of those distances. Finished behind Xander Velzebor and Wang Yi in the 500. And finished bronze to Kim Gilly and Xander Velzebor in the 1,000. And Stormowska back on top of her heat here today. So into the quarterfinals for Stormowska tomorrow in the 500. So 3 of the 8 heats in the books. And the starters in heat number 4. Park Ji-won. Let's look at Yara Betsy. Inside the top 30 in the Globe chase this year. Silver medal of the 3,000 meter relay at the Euros for the women about a month ago. There's Park Ji-won. 5 World Cup podiums this year, all in the relays, either the mixed or the women's 3,000. 3 silvers, a couple of bronze for Park. Ki Kurakawa, Japan. And Geralt Tsuyad Batuga from Mongolia on the right side of your screen. Those are the 4.
Ready.
So off we go. Quick start by Park Ji-won. Gets around Betsy and claims the opening corner. We'll see a big heat coming up next. Let's talk about some big names. Pouchma, Kim Gilly, Anna de Smet, all in the very next heats. Tight. Here's Kurakawa. Swings in, can't get past Betsy as they hear the bell for the final lap. Park in front. Betty drafting. Kurakawa missed out on the opportunity at that pass about a lap earlier and has lost a little bit of ground. Kurakawa third. So Park Ji-won, who took silver at the 4 continents in the 500 meter. Behind Kristen Santos Griswold, she swept all 3 events in Laval. Park Ji-won will claim this one. And the finish here in the 4th of 8 heats. Betsy second. That'll be good enough. So the results are up. Park and Betsy through to the quarters. All right, so if you want some big names in a 500-meter heat, it's rare that you see big names like these in the same heats in the early runnings of day one. But Selma Pouchma, one of the absolute fastest 500 skaters around. Then you have Hannah de Smet and Kim Gilly. Certainly the 500 meter is not their premier distance. But here they are. Now, de Smet earned bronze at the Euros in the 500. She's 4th overall right now in the Crystal Globe ranking. She's only 6 points behind Velzebor. Yeah, there is Pouchma. 3 silvers and a gold this year in the 500. And certainly Kim Gilly. This is not her distance. The 1,500 and the 1,000 is, but she's here in the 500. We'll see how she fares. And Pouchma off the line, breaks first. De Smet second. Arianna Balsapina, Olympian from Italy, in 3rd position. Kim Gilly loves coming from the back of the pack, but in a 500-meter race, that is not where you want to be. So we will watch number 4 and see what she does. She's trying to make a move inside past Balsapina. But already, Gilly is down to just a lap and a half to go. It is still Pouchma and de Smet, and a fairly sizable gap to Gilly. And there's the bell for Pouchma. Kim Gilly still 3rd. And Pouchma kind of throttling back. De Smet closing a bit, and they finish 1-2. And Kim Gilly for 3rd. Zhang 4th. Balsapina went down a couple laps prior. So Selma Pouchma, 24-year-old, second-ranked 500-meter skater behind Alexander Velzebor this World Cup season. Well, there have been some great stories of some skaters who have just taken the opportunity, and certainly for Poutsma, the absence of Kim Bhutan until last weekend in Dresden really kind of opened up the door for someone or a couple of different skaters to kind of fill that void in Bhutan's absence to join Xander Velzebor. And man, has she ever capitalized. Selma Poutsma has had just a phenomenal year. And there's the fall by Val Sapina. And the goal that Poutsma won in the 500 a couple of World Cups ago was a dead heat for first with Alexander Velzebor. There are the results. Gilly finishes third at 44 flat. So Poutsma and Desmet into the quarters. And 3 more heats to go on the women's side. Ricky Doak, gold medalist in Montreal the second weekend in this 500. She will have inside position here. Bronze last year. She had 2 of them in the 500 meter before she claimed her first individual gold earlier this season. There's Sofia Konya, Olympic bronze medalist in the mixed relay for Hungary in Beijing. 1 World Cup individual podium that came in Salt Lake 8 years ago for Konya. She's now 28 years old.
Go to the start.
Elzbieta Sidorko, teenager from Ukraine, in the blue and white with the pink helmet. Rika Kanai of Japan, Gwendolyn Daudette of France. Those are the 5. Doak and Konya set the early pace. And the bell for the leaders, Doak and Konya, 1 and 2. A gap to Kanai in third. And a hand down, Doak straightens up and across the line, Konya second. Straightforward win for Doak in her heat. And 2 more to go. And again, talking about Xander Velzebor, she will be racing in only 1 of these 2 500s over the course of the weekend. It will not be this one. It'll be the second running of the 500. She's also going to dip her toes in the water at the 1,500-meter distance this weekend. Kristen Santos Griswold will not be in either of these sprints. She'll be in the 1,000 and 1,500. Same for her teammate Corey Stoddard. Same for Suzanne Schulte. Results from heat number 6. There they are. So we won't see Xander Velzebor in this 500, but in this next heat, we'll see her sister, her younger sister Michelle, 20 years old. Was actually right now ranked 5th at this 500-meter distance this year. There's a look at Michelle Velzebor. Yana Khan of Kazakhstan, Sarah Luka Baksai of Hungary, Katarina Buric from Croatia, and Gauja Astraskat from Lithuania.
Go to the start. Ready.
One more heat to follow. And then we'll jump to the men's 500-meter heats. So Velzebor off and running here early in this one. She ranks number 5 right now at the 500-meter distance over the course of the year, but has not been on a podium yet. That just tells you about the consistently solid results that she's produced over the course of the year. Her sister, the top-ranked 500, that's Poutsma, Wang Yi, Van Kashin, and then Michelle Belzebor. And Belzebor safely through to the quarterfinals. So Belzebor wins it, Kahn second. Numbers as we now head to the last heats in the women's 500. And we'll take a look at Lee So-yoon from Korea. Won a silver in Montreal in the 1,000 meter behind Santos Griswold in the first weekend of the World Cup season. Yara Van Kerkhoff, Olympic silver medalist back in Pyeongchang in the 500. Oda Wilhoits of the United States, and Annabelle Green, who was in Dresden last weekend, 21-year-old representing Great Britain. There's a look at Wilhoits of the U.S. Again, first and second will go through, and a maximum of 2 fastest thirds to the quarters. And with the one advancement of Wang Yi from the second heat, we'll have a max right now of 1 fastest third, and that's 44.032 for Kim Gilly. So she is on the bubble right here in this final heat. Van Kerkhoff, big move, getting around both Green and Lee, and Van Kerkhoff out in front. Yellow box appears. They will take a look at some contact early in this one. Lee second, Green third, Wilhoit fourth for the U.S. And Yara Van Kerkhoff, 31-year-old, sets the pace. Final back straight. Green tries to get through against Lee, can't do it, and it will be Van Kerkhoff taking it down. Lee second, Green at 45.7, and that will not be fast enough to bump Kim Gilly out of the quarterfinals. Again, assuming there are no advancements via penalty in this race. Does not appear as though there will be, but they will take a review at a little contact earlier in the race. And there's the contact right there between the Korean Lee and Annabelle Green on the inside. Green clipped the blade a couple of times, lucky to stay on balance. And just kind of both of those skaters kind of bowling their way back onto the ice. So they're having a look at that one. Van Kerkhoff unofficially wins it. There's Lee So-yoon. And Alessandro Mauri once again to the monitor, making some decisions. He's quick. He's quick on the decisions so far today. Sometimes we see some drawn-out, long delays. He's keeping this event right on schedule. Van Kerkhoff. And Lee interested in taking a look back at the scoreboard, and Lee will earn the penalty. It won't necessarily impact the rest of the standings. He's moving everybody up. So Van Kerkhoff wins it. Annabelle Green finishing second. And here is a look at the penalty charged. Outside to win. Lee So-yoon right there, interfering with Annabelle Green. So no repechage for Lee. The penalty will end her pursuit to the 500. So that's it on the women's side. Now we'll jump to the men's heats. We'll see 6 of them, first and second, and a maximum of 6 will advance to the quarterfinals. And Poland's Michael Nowinski is in inside position in this opening heats. Marcus Howard of the U.S., Jordan Pierre-Gillet in the 3rd position. And Howard very, very quick off the line. Takes the lead away from Nowinski. And the race is on. Yuchenko 4th. Enzo Proust of Belgium back of the pack in the red helmet. Howard setting the table. And Nowinski tries to slide around Pierre-Gillet. Unable to do it. Contact, though, with Yuchenko. And he's now up in a 3rd, and that'll shuffle Nowinski back to 4th. Here's the bell. It is Pierre-Gillet now, past Howard. This is the final corner. Howard is in 2nd position, and unofficially Pierre-Gillet wins it. Howard 2nd. 2 yellow review boxes within this 500-meter race. So here's the start, and we're accustomed to seeing this from Marcus Howard. Very, very fast off the line. So got past Nowinski, controlled the pace of the race for a good chunk. There's the initial contact involving Yuchenko with Nowinski. Yuchenko in the 151 right there. And Pierre-Gillet takes down the heats. And the results are official, and there will be no penalties assessed. Pierre-Gillet and Howard will move on to the quarterfinals. Yuchenko finishing 3rd, so no issue, nothing called. Nowinski finishes last. And out of the second heats, Stephen Dubois, 2nd to Park Ji-won in the Crystal Globe. Again, his objectives are simple. In the races that he's going to be in, both 500s this weekend, win and win. That is what Dubois needs to exert any kind of pressure on Park Ji-won. And in the second heat, Selye, Hio, Lee Kun of China, and Natalini are the foils for Dubois.
Go to the start. Ready.
But all Dubois can handle right here is just take care of the business right in front of him, and that business is getting through the heats of the quarterfinals. And a solid start for Dubois. Comfortable lead. Hio 2nd. Selye 3rd. And there's the battle for 2nd place. And Dubois so far taking care of business. Selye looking to make a little move here with the bell ringing in the background. Selye still 3rd. And Hio doing a nice job defending that position. Dubois will take it, and Andrew Hio will finish 2nd. There is an aspect to review from this one. Potentially involving Tomas Natalini of Italy in the helmet 50 on the right side of your screen, a bit further into this race. So Dubois doing what he needs to do so far. But again, even if Dubois claims both 500s this weekend, that's not going to be good enough. I mean, assuming that Park Ji-won does what he does, which is get to A finals in distance events and get on the podium. And he will need a fair amount of fortune this weekend. And yes, it's about winning the Crystal Globe, but for Dubois, 2 big finishes will cement himself in 2nd position. Again, Danchno is not on the roster this weekend, out of the entry list for Canada. So there's a ample prize fund finishing 2nd in the Crystal Globe as well. So We'll see how that plays out over the weekend. There's Nikisha ready to go in this third heat for the men. So Yira. So see 5 in this heat. Brendan Corey of Australia. Yokoyama of Japan. Kyle Ross Waddell of Great Britain.
Ready.
So the race to the first corner, Nikisha wins it easily. Soyira second, Yokoyama third. Focused effort by Nikisha and So, 1-2, and a wide margin to Brendan Corey in third. The bell rings, still Nikisha and So, 1-2. And So will pull back a little bit around that last corner. No need to do anything reckless. And Nikisha and So finish 1-2. Ross Waddell up for third. And again, we have not seen any advancements via penalty so far in these heats. So if that remains the case through the rest of these heats, all third place finishers would advance to the quarters. Look how close those blades are to the legs. Millimeters away. Very tight when you're that close. So Yira and Nikisha. So what are the quarters going? Nikisha and So. And 3 more heats to go in the men's 500 with spots left in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Tiunbor, Lee, Kolinch, Roussel, Taktasi. Roussel with that big weekend in Dresden. Catapulted himself inside the top 10. A gold and a silver for Roussel last weekend. Gold came in the 500.
Go to the start. Ready.
Challenging spot, though, for Roussel. Only 4th position in this 500-meter race, so he has some early work to do and plenty of contact as we get out of that first corner. And Roussel will take full advantage. So he is into the lead. Lee second, Bohr staying inside. He is in third. Roussel capitalized with a little bit of jostling as the race began, and it was able to go from 4th into the lead. A couple of skaters go down. Hard crash in the wall for Tiunbor. And here is the bell, and it's Lee and Roussel. Bohr, fortunately, is up on his feet, smashing into pads. Taktasi went down as well. There's the finish. Lee and Roussel 1-2. Kolinch for third. That's a scary crash by Bohr coming out of that first corner. Was trying desperately, it appeared, to stay on his blades and was mostly upright as he slammed into the pads. There's the initial stumble that allowed Roussel an opportunity to steal inside position in the lead. Now let's see here. There's the contact. And there, boy, you see Bohr kind of falling down onto his backside just before he gets the pads. This is a really dangerous moment here for Tiunbor. Taktasi takes him down. Bohr tried to stay on his blades, but appears to be all right. So that will be under review. And there's Bohr talking with the chief referee, Alessandro Mauri. There is Tatasi and held at 134. So off the ice he comes. And Tatasi take a look at a potential infraction involving him. We'll take a look here. And again, Bohr is in third position. A hard swing to the inside by Tatasi, and then the contact. And watch Bohr go in. I mean, still upright, and then just at the last moment, kind of drops down, lower body into the pads. I mean, it's a really dangerous moment. He's wobbling. And he knows there's going to be a serious impact with those walls here after this contact. There's the arm hooking around by Tatasi. He spins around, and that throws Bohr seriously off balance. Alessandro Amari having a look. Taking a look at the pass attempt by Tatasi. So this will be our longest delay so far of this morning session on day one as they take a look at that collision between Tatasi and Bohr. And still examining the video and communicating with the two officials up in the video booth. Two more heats to go. And now to the monitor punching in the decision by Alessandro Amari. Yeah, the flag of Great Britain, also a blanket on this inside this chilly venue. Should be close to getting the results. And there they are. Tatasi does draw the penalty. Bohr, though, will not be advanced based on where that infraction took place in his position in the race. So it is Lee and Roussel moving on, and Kolenc finishing third. And we'll see what they saw as far as the late pass attempt here by Tatasi. And now ready for the fifth of six heats. Kreuzberg's Verkock highlight. Bram Steenaerts from the Netherlands. There is Roberts Kreuzberg's for Latvia. Inside position for Kreuzbergs. He hangs on to it through the first corner. There's Zaksabayev from Kazakhstan. Verkock right now third position. And it's Steenaerts to Yazapati. Kreuzberg's quality at the 500 and 1,000 meter distance, certainly. Zaksabayev. And a nice gap. And to Steenaert, who is in third. Verkock got nudged off. He's in the back and is cruising to the finish, but it'll be Kreuzbergs and Zaksabayev 1-2. Steenaert third. So Roberts Kreuzbergs wins his heats. Saxabaya finishing second. Those two will move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. It's a pretty good start of the morning for Roberts Kreuzbergs. Steenart right now, 42-2-3-7. And one more heat to go. Again, we've had no advancements by penalty in this set of 6 heats so far, the last one coming up. So if that remains the case, then all third place finishers will advance. Kim Tai-sung in helmet 5. And there is Lucas Kaczynski. Again, the extra energy in the arena when a polo skater grabs the ice.
Go to the start. Ready.
So the final heat of the men's 500. Quick start by Kim. Kaczynski in the second position. And there's Foskis from the Czech Republic in third. Degwitzer fourth and Hausman. But it's Kim and Kaczynski away from the field. Foskis slides back. Hausman slides down. And the bell lap. Kim in front. Kaczynski is in qualifying position. And across the line, 1-2. And so Lucas Kaczynski will move on to the quarterfinals, unofficially, of course. So when these results go official, that will take care of the 500-meter races in this morning session. And going to have another ice resurfacing, and we'll come back with the quarterfinals of the 1,500 for the women and the men. There's the Hausman going down in the background. And a stretch and the finish right there by Kim. So they will open up the pads as we show you the results. Degwitzer of Belgium did finish third, so he'll move on to the quarterfinals automatically as well by time. And no penalty advancements in that set of 6 heats. So every third place finisher is into the quarters. And everybody else who did not receive a penalty will come back through the repechage tomorrow. So that's it for the men's 500-meter heats. So the Zamboni will come out. They will resurface the ice. In about 15 minutes' time, we'll come back with the women's and men's 1,500-meter quarterfinals. And some of the names we will see: Kristen Santos Griswold, Corey Stoddard, Suzanne Schulten on the women's side. Park Ji-won, we'll see him on the ice for the first time. Kim Gun-woo will join him coming up. So again, the women's and men's 1,500-meter quarters about 15 minutes from now. You're watching coverage of the ISU's World Cup stop in Gdansk. Stay with us. Back to Gdansk, Poland. Time now for the quarterfinals of the women's 1,500 meter on this qualifying day at Hala Olivia. 34 skaters, 6 heats in this women's 15. And we'll open things up and see Xander Velzebor, Ariana Siegel. It's been quite a year for Velzebor at the 500-meter distance, and she's done some damage at some of the other distances as well. There's Siegel, Olympian from Italy in Beijing. But for Velzebor, we know all about her exploits at the 500-meter distance, but she has been on some podiums, 2 in the 1,000. She's been on 1 podium this year at the 1,500-meter distance. And she comes in 3rd in the Crystal Globe chase. She's 105 points behind Santos Griswold, but it's very tight for 3rd. Velzebor 6 points ahead of Hannah de Smet coming into this final weekend of World Cup action. And underway in the 1,500 meter. 1st and 2nd place automatically through to the semifinals, and they will take a maximum of 6 thirds, which is 3rd place from all 6 of these heats. If there are no advancements, be a penalty. Confortola in helmet 34 won the Euros at this distance, the gold medal about a month ago, right on this ice here in Poland. Anna Sokolowski from Poland, Li Zhuan from China, World Junior bronze medalist 4 years ago at this 1,500-meter distance. Rina Yamada from Japan. There's Confortola to the lead. Siegel 2nd. Thirteen and a half laps in this 1,500-meter race. Again, some of the big names we will see. Suzanne Schulting will be in the next heat. A couple of heats from there, we'll see Kristen Santos Griswold, Jim Soki, and then Corey Stoddard will be in the final quarterfinal heat. So Kolasko from Poland right now in charge. Yamana 2nd. So Kolaski gets shuffled toward the back of the pack on a pass up front by Confortola. Yamana now up in a 2nd position in between the 2 Italians. Siegel 3rd. And Velzebor beginning to tap the gas on the outside from 4th to 2nd. And will stay wide to try and finish up the full pass, and does get around Confortola. So there's Alexander Velzebor. He's 22 years old in the lead. 2-time world champion of the 500 meters the last couple of years. World champ last year at the 1,000. And there's the bell for Velzebor. Siegel 2nd, Confortola 3rd, and Yamana will not be able to get around Confortola. So the race is done. Velzebor and Siegel, the AQs to the semifinal. Confortola in 3rd position. Gives herself an opportunity to move to the semis and avoid the repechage. So the Velzebor move with about 4 laps or so to go pays dividends. Clear from the field, and Velzebor into the semifinals. Results are official. Siegel 2nd, and Confortola finishing 3rd. And I believe Sokolowska is the first Polish skater not to move on to the next round of any of the Polish skaters we've seen, men or women, so far today here in Gdansk. Suzanne Schulting back on World Cup ice last week Now back-to-back events for Schulting. The reigning Crystal Globe champion. Schulting been working her way back from a break and some injury issues over the summer, early fall, but formed pretty good last week, to be honest. Schulting a bronze in the 1500, then a silver in the 1000, and then was part of the gold medal relay Dutch squad to wrap up the weekend. And she generally has been kind of setting her eyes on the World Championships. She had always planned to take some time off as this World Cup season began. And again, the quotes that she delivered at the end of last weekend in Dresden, content with her feel on the ice, happy with her timing, happy with her strategy. But certainly will take a little bit more time to round into the absolute ultimate form that we're used to seeing from Suzanne Schulting. But she's been training with the Dutch squad, I believe, since early December. But we did not see Schulting at the European Championships about a month ago, so made her racing debut this year just last weekend. She's in the orange number 1 helmet. Holly Hoyland of Great Britain right now in the lead. There goes Gagnon and rocketing on the outside. Garay third. Schulting still quietly hanging out in fourth. Then it's Olivier and then Aishik. Inside the final 6 laps. Schulting just checking out the competition from the back. She knows she has the skill and the power whenever she asks for it to jump past all of these skaters really within 1 lap, and she's attempting to do so here, up into fourth. Still pretty congested. And Schulting going wide, now into third position. Harai second, Gagnon still leading. And now the extended move by Schulting into second place now. And with the bell lap coming, Schulting is going to be right near the lead with Gagnon. And there's the bell, and there's the first lead for Schulting in this race. It was a methodical move by Schulting, but effective. Final corner, Gagnon second behind her, in a photo with Harai and Olivier for third. So there's Suzanne Schulting. Didn't need it all at once. And that 5th to 1st move by Schulting took, about 2.5 laps to complete? But there was no panic, even though she was very wide of the track. And got exactly where she needed to go. Schulting, the Olympic bronze medalist at this distance in Beijing. The 2-time and defending Olympic 1,000-meter gold medalist. So Schulting wins it. Gagnon second. And Harai finishing third, 232.8. 4 more heats to go on the women's side. Men's 1500 will follow. There'll be a little bit longer program. There are 9 heats on the men's side of the 15. And the starters for the 3rd quarterfinal. Danae Bly, ranked number 7 right now at the 1,500-meter distance. There's Gloria Iriarty. Iriarty finished silver at the Euros on this ice to her teammate Confortola in the 1,500. Danae Bly in helmet number 13. Didi van Oorschot of the Netherlands. Zambustanova from Kazakhstan, Zdeneka Denduk from Belgium, and Ukraine's Diana Mikhalchuk. A couple of podiums for Bly earlier in this World Cup season, both the same weekend in Montreal. Bronze in the 15, silver in the 1,000. Denduk setting the pace early in this one. Uriati, Zambustanova. There's Bly sitting fourth. Hands clasped, taking her time, just gliding forward. And finds more room on the extreme inside. Maybe a little connection there with the blade of Denduk. Now it's Danae Bly in front. Briefly. Van Oerschaut out front now for the Dutch. Kristen Santos Griswold up next for the United States. Bly and Uriati now dueling up front. Van Oerschaut third, Denduk fourth. Lap times begin to drop below 10 seconds. Two laps remain, and the front three have cleared away from the back three a bit. Still Bly, Uriati, Van Oerschaut third. There's the bell. Van Oerschaut the inside pass around Uriati into second place. And the last corner, Bly and Van Oerschaut 1-2. Semifinals for these 1500s are tomorrow. Afternoon session later today. Prelims and heats of the 1,000. And then the prelims and heats of the second iteration of the 500. And then the men's and women's relay quarters. That's the afternoon session today in Gdansk. It's about a couple of hours into this morning session. And the results from heat number 3. 3 more heats to go. Danae Bly, Van Oerschaut, and Uriati hoping to move through as well and avoid the repechage. So now we get our first look today at Kristen Santos Griswold of the United States. Number 2 in the Crystal Globe standings, but a lot of ground to cover with Kim Gilly. 135-point lead for Kim Gilly over Santos Griswold, but it has been far and away her best ever World Cup season. And just an absolute joy on the ice and a joy off of the ice for this 29-year-old. Been on a World Cup podium every single event this year. And that's an understatement. As a matter of fact, she's been on a World Cup podium twice in 4 out of the 5 World Cup events. And again, when you're only allowed to go 2 individual events, that tells you just how consistent she's been at the top of her sport. Silver in the 1,500 meter last week. That was the only time that Santos Griswold has been on the podium just once this year. A couple of silvers in Seoul, 2 golds in Beijing. And then the first 2 weekends in Montreal combined for a gold, 2 silvers, and a bronze. We'll see Santos Griswold also in the 1,000 coming up this weekend. Isadora Simodi sets the early pace, the teenager from Hungary. Rebecca Silasay in the Mets. Tikhanova from Kazakhstan. And Volkovitskaya from Kazakhstan. Those are the other 4 sandwiched around Santos Griswold, who right now is a content toward the back of the pack in 4th position. We have seen some heavyweight fights, especially in the 1500 this year with Desmet and Gilly and Santos Griswold. And this has been an entertaining, high-quality World Cup season on the women's side. And now you throw Schulten in that mix. Just adds to the depth, adds to the great, great quality. Volkovitskaya out front. Santos Griswold still 4th. Pace now picking up. 4.5 laps remain. Simodi still in front, and probably another lap or so before Santos Griswold begins to take her chances here, and here it begins for Santos Griswold. Up in a 2nd position, and easily gets around Simodi. Well, if you're Simodi, you just know that move is coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. A couple of skaters go down. Santos Griswold still out ahead of the pack. And the bell rings for Santos Griswold as Volkovitskaya and Silasay Demet got tangled up about a lap and a half ago. Solid as expected performance by Kristen Santos Griswold. She is across the line first, no trouble. Simodi 2nd, and Tikhanova finishing 3rd. Santos Griswold, a top-ranked 1,000-meter skater. She's number 3 at the 1,500. And those will be her distances racing individually this weekend. So there's the little jousting toward the back. Silasay and the Mets in the 47. Volkovitskaya in the 106. Take each other out. Waiting on the results. There's our chief referee on the ice, Senator Mowry. So looking at a potential penalty involving Silasay and the Mets and Volkovitskaya right there. So the lean by Volkovitskaya, maybe not leaving space there for Silasay and the Met on the inside. We'll wait and see how this one is judged. Volkovitskaya. And again, if you're penalized, there's no repechage. And the results are about to become official. There are the fans. 4 of those 14 fans on their smartphones. That's a pretty good percentage in my books. So the penalty to Volkovitskaya. Santos Griswold and Simone moving through. So now we're on to heat number 5. Get a look at what the determination was. Not giving enough space. That was the call against Volkovitskaya. And now to the next to last heats of the women's 1,500-meter quarters. Shim Soo-ki, Park Ji-yoon for Korea. And 2 from China. Song Yifei, Liu Wanyu, and there's Shim Soo-ki, former world overall gold medalist, 3-time Olympic individual medalist. Renee Marie Stinge of Canada, Esther Toth of Hungary. So those are the 6 on the ice. Corey Stoddard and So Min coming up in the last quarterfinal after this one. So Toth opens things up. 19 years old from Hungary. Look at Shim Soo-ki, Park Ji-yoon. Have seen Shim get to several A finals over the course of the year. No individual podiums over the course of the World Cup season so far for Shim, but she is a legend in this sport. Did get on the podium of the 4 continents a couple of months ago. The Canadian Stinge leading. And now the exchange. Stinge shuffled back to second. Little stumble there by Song. Almost got tripped up from behind. Stinge will try for the pass one more time and will get through. And Toth will just kind of bully her way through with her. Coming up on 4 laps to go. And there goes Shim Soo-ki. Stays wide, gets the full pass. And Shim Soo-ki in front. And Park now slides up to second. Final 3 laps. Shim and Park now 1-2. Park wrestles the lead away. And the bell about to ring. Shim Soo-ki back in front. And the 2 Koreans are 1-2 out of this final corner. And Stinge up for third. So Shim Soo-ki, Park Ji-yoon, likely moving through to the semifinals. Here's a look at Shim. Park Ji-yoon back in Montreal earlier this year. Her first ever individual podium at the World Cup level, earned bronze in the 1,000. So one more semifinal remains, and then probably one more quarterfinal for a spot in the semis of the women's 15. Yeah, they took a look earlier in the race at that little combination, cleared away pretty quickly. Involving Toth and Song. You see this. 3 skaters right there, separated by just inches. So there's the finish. Park and Shim, 1-2. And the results are up. Marie Stinge finishing third for Team Canada. There are the results. And now the last quarter in the women's 15. Corey Stoddard, So Min, Nakashima, Dubrova, Selyakova. Those are the 5. Corey Stoddard, 4-time World Cup medalist this year. A couple of silvers and 1 at this 1,500-meter distance. That was in Seoul.
Go to the start. Ready.
We've talked a lot about breakthrough performances throughout the calendar of this World Cup season. Several Canadians, as we've talked about quite a bit over the course of this World Cup campaign. But Corey Stoddard, she's had a brilliant season for the U.S., overshadowed maybe by her teammate Kristen Santos Griswold. But Stoddard has been electric for the U.S. A finals, podium finishes, and really showing the growth that Stephen Goff was hoping to see. And she's got a high ceiling. She's just 22 years of age. Putting that in perspective, Santos Griswold is 29. But Stoddard on the rise within Team USA at 22 and a long runway in front of her. So she's in helmet 10 for the U.S. Sylvie Min back in Montreal won her first ever individual World Cup gold. Took down the 1,000 that second weekend in Montreal. So and Stoddard inside the top 10 of the Crystal Globe Chase coming into this final weekend. Liana Dubrova right now opening up this race for Ukraine. She is in front. And then it is Sylvie Min. Stoddard right now easing around, zigzagging to the back of the pack. Nakashima sitting third, and Selyakova. Now it looks like Corey Stoddard wants to get engaged. So from the back, similar pass line we saw from Santos Griswold a little bit earlier. And Stoddard up in a second behind So. Stoddard in her trademark pink goggles on the ice. Nakashima third, and the 2 Ukrainian skaters fourth and fifth, Dubrova and Selyakova. Entering now the last 3 laps. Sylvie Min out of the corner, still in front. And again, first and second advance of the semis. Stoddard not content with second place. She's making a move and wants to pass on Sylvie Min and will get it into the first corner of the last lap. And now Stoddard pulls away, handles that last corner, and wins it. So second, Nakashima third. So Corey Stoddard handles all comers in her quarterfinal. So that's going to wind things down for the women's quarterfinals in the 1,500. Here's the move by Stoddard with about 4 laps to go. So the pink goggles and the pink blade covers for Corey Stoddard. And on to the semifinals. The results are official. So all the third place finishers will move through as we get a look there at the group heading on to the semifinals. Big names: Schulting, Velzebor, Santos Griswold, Stoddard. .1500-meter semis will come up tomorrow. So now the men will hop onto the ice for 9 quarterfinal heats of the 1500. 59 skaters vying for spots in the semis. Paweł Adamski representing Poland. There's a look at Jurka Shamakhanov. There is Paweł, the 24-year-old.
Go to the start. Ready.
So they call the 6 to the line. And off we go. A little fall on the outside by Dietrich Varklees. But he is up, back on his blades, and we will not have a restart here. And there goes Varklees out to the front. Lucas McDonald, who now represents New Zealand. He's out there in helmet 130. Zdeněk Sejpal from the Czech Republic. Maxime Laun, the 27-year-old for Canada. He was one of the top juniors in the world when he broke onto the junior scene. Olympic gold medalist with the 5,000-meter Canadian relay team in Beijing. And Shamakhanov right now in 4th place, earned his first World Cup podium finish in Montreal this year as part of the bronze medal relay team for Kazakhstan. So those are the 6 on the ice as we open up the men's quarterfinals of the 15. So Varklees last week in Dresden gets hemmed in a bit and falls back from 1st, another 4th, maybe even 5th. Laun and Sejpal and McDonald 3rd. And again, out of these quarterfinals for the men, no 3rd place finishers advance. It's only 1st and 2nd place from each of these quarterfinal heats. Everybody else will be reduced to the repechage tomorrow in the 1500. So it is still Laun, so you can't just take a 3rd place time. So with Sejpal right now in 3rd position, he's going to have to make a move or else he's going to have a much longer day. There's the bell. It is Shamakhanov in front, Laun 2nd. Sejpal sizing up the guys in front of him and coming around the corner will not be able to pass Laun, I don't believe. Photo finish, but I believe that Laun still edged him out at the line. Shamakhanov wins the heat. Maxime Laun of Canada appeared to get up for 2nd. There's the initial fall by Varklees right off the line. And as fast as he went down is as fast as he got back up. And no restart was required. That pass sent Shamakhanov up front. There's the finish. And close, but Laun did finish 2nd ahead of Sejpal. The results are in. Shamakhanov and Laun 1-2. So those two into the semifinals tomorrow. Second quarterfinal heat for the men. Niall Tracy, silver medalist on this track about a month ago in the 1,000. The British Olympian right there in helmet 41. Part of the Tracy brother clan. Ethan and Farrell the others. There's Zhang Sun Wu, a couple of World Cup podiums this year for him. Both of the 1,000-meter distance. Daniel Yoon of the United States. A little housekeeping on the ice there. Probably a bit chopped up after the quarterfinals for the women's 1,500. 9 different quarterfinal men's heats. So by the time that these quarterfinals are done for the men, this track is likely going to be pretty chewed up.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yu Yanpeng in helmet 173 for China out to the early lead. Rio Ong of Singapore, Ivan Donchev of Bulgaria. So those are the 6 on the ice in the second quarterfinal for the men in the 15. We'll see Stan Desmet coming up in the next heat. Rizzo Imans in the following heat. Delot a bit later. Speckenhauser and Siegel will be in the same heat together. Kim Gun-woo and Park Ji-won very late, the last 2 heats in the quarterfinals of the men's 1,500. So some of the names that we'll see here over the next few minutes. Yu Yanpeng, saw him last week in Dresden. The Liu brothers were not in Dresden last week and not in Gdansk this weekend either. There goes Niall Tracy out to the lead. And Daniel Yoon coming along as well, sitting third for the U.S. Liu still in between. Yellow box you see in the lower left of your screen. We're going to take a look at some contact between Donchev and Daniel Yoon. Now we'll see Donchev skid out. And now a couple of other skaters are down as well. Tracy, Liu all down, Zhang down. So Daniel Yoon and Ong Rio Singapore are the only 2 right now on the front lap. And it's a big, big gap for Daniel Yoon. So now 2 boxes of reviews they'll take a look at. So Daniel Yoon could not be in better position here for the U.S. with essentially 4 of the skaters not on the lead lap. And there's the bell for Yoon. Rio in second position. And as long as he stays on his skates, he's going to move on as well. And there's the finish. Yoon wins it. Rio second. Yoon says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Trees in the forest chopped down around me. I'm the one standing. Yang officially now third. Donchev fourth. And Liu and Tracy are just now across the line. But the chief referee on the ice and his colleagues in the video booth will have a busy next few minutes to figure this one out. And Daniel Yoon, I think, getting the word from his coach Stephen Goff that, hey, you're clear, you're in the good. And they're taking a look at Donchev of Bulgaria with some contact right there in front of your screen, front center against Daniel Yoon. And then a little bit later on, they'll have a look at Liu Yanpeng against Niall Tracy. And Liu in the 173 and Tracy in the 41. This is the other incident they're looking at involving Liu. Got a potential late pass. We'll see how that one is judged. And here's a look head on. Liu on the right, Tracy on the left. Blades might have connected a little bit there. those little skirmishes made it very easy for Daniel Yoon. And the judgments apparently have now about been made here. Yep, looks like the decisions have been made. There's one more look at it. The big spill that knocked out 3 of those skaters. There's Liu again with Niall Tracy. And now the decision will be punched in. And we'll get the official results here. And we'll see if perhaps that Niall Tracy could be advanced on into the semifinals. We'll see. We again have a referee's liaison in Gdansk, passing along kind of as much information on these reviews as they can. Nothing is official from the words we're getting from our liaison, but they're at least giving us a little bit of a lens into what is being examined. Yu Yanpeng waiting anxiously for the verdict. A little bit antsy, looking around. Look at the scoreboard. No results posted yet. And there's the decision. A little wry smile by Liu. There's Tracy out ahead of him, and those two will chat a little bit as they come off the ice. The penalty is assessed on Liu, and Niall Tracy will be advanced on to the semifinals as a result. But as the only penalty in that race, Yoon and Rio finished first and second. Here's what they saw. And it was indeed the lane change issue involving Liu on the right of your screen, 173, right in there. And because of that penalty, Tracy to the semis as well. Quarterfinal number 3.
Position 7.
Stan Desmet,
Go to the start.
one of 7 in this quarterfinal.
Ready.
See Brandon Pock on that second start line. He's the 7th competitor in this heat. Thibaut Matreau from Switzerland. Kokelko from Ukraine. Metahan Atan from Turkey. Watanabe from Japan. And Nico Andermann from Austria. Those are the 7. Desmet comes in 7th in the world overall standings for the Crystal Globe. A couple of silvers, the 1,500 meter distance this year. Nico Andermann in the 60 helmet right now in front. Watanabe, 31-year-old veteran, skated in the Pyeongchang Olympics. He's only had one World Cup individual podium in his career. That happened 4 years ago in Nagoya. And there's the Swiss Matreau out front. Well, watch Desmet in the 5th position right here. Desmet, the cream of the talents in this race. And begin to sprint toward the front, now into 3rd. Watanabe and Andermann 1-2. Desmet 3rd. And then Atan in 4th. Let's look at Stan Desmet. Had a solid European Championships here in Gdansk about a month ago. A couple of bronze medals. Desmet swings in a second, stays wide. It will look for the pass into Watanabe as the bell tolls in the background. The lead to Desmet. Watanabe back to third, and Atan making the pass will finish second. Stan Desmet claims this quarterfinal. Contact there with Atan Watanabe. Atan got past, finished second. And that will send him straight to the semifinals. So Desmet accomplishes what he needed to in his quarterfinal. Gathers his belongings and on to the semis tomorrow. And the results for the third quarterfinal. So those remaining five will head through the repechage tomorrow. Start list for the fourth quarter. Friso Imans, European silver medalist at this 1,500 meter distance. There is Friso, 25 years of age.
Go to the start. Ready.
Favorable distance for Imans. Had success at this 1,500 meter last year. Was the classification bronze of the 1,500 last season here at the World Cup. So we'll see how he fares. He's in the helmet 14. In the familiar Dutch kit. Lucas Wareham of Australia sets the early pace. We'll see Nurtulek Kazgali from Kazakhstan, Zhang Tianyi from China, Joshua Ka from New Zealand. His dad was a long track three-time Olympian, Danny Ka. Philippe Daudelin from Canada. And Miodrag Popovic from Serbia. Those are the seven. And Ka's dad, 88, 92, 94, three-time Olympian speed skater. Zhang Tianyi, success at this distance, especially at the junior level growing up. World Junior bronze 4 years back. Zhang still just 19 years old now. There he is battling for second place. Ka and Wareham right now 1-2. Move from the back by Zhang. Still getting hemmed in a bit. And there goes Friso Imans up into second place. Zhang trying one more move. Slithering forward toward the front two. But right now it is Friso Imans and Philippe Daudelin. The bell for Imans and company. Friso Imans pulling away. Fight for second, close. Kazgali made a late move around the corner against Daudelin. Tight for second. So after the 1500s, they'll resurface the track and we'll come back for one last event in this morning session in Gdansk. That'll be the quarterfinals of the mixed relays. These 3 days full of racing, but boy, they go by fast. Yeah, there's the, speaking of fast, tight little finish at the end. See if Kazgali got there. Here are the results. It was a photo for second place. We know that Iman's won it. And awaiting the results, and barely 4 1/1000ths of a second. Daudelin outpips Kazgali for second place. That matters. That means that Kazgali will have to come through the repechage. No third place advancements in this bracket of the 1500. So now on to the fifth quarterfinal for the men. Itzhak de Laat, two-time Olympian from the Netherlands. He highlights this field. Peter Murphy of Luxembourg. Zhang Bohao of China. There is de Laat. Extremely talented artist, as you see on top of his 23 helmet, all his design. Daniil Bergen of Ukraine in 169. We'll see Wesley Park of the United States and Kazuki Yoshinaga of Japan. Yoshinaga's mom, Mika Kato, Japanese short track star years ago. 3 world championship silver medals for his mom. Yoshinaga in the 28. So de Laat sets the early pace. Bergen now eases by him to take the lead. Wesley Park of the United States skids inside up in a third, right behind de Laat. Again, just the top 2 will move on. There goes Peter Murphy. And Murphy sprinting hard to get to the top. Park hangs with the lead group, clustered around this corner. Four and a half laps to go. Zhang in front. Wesley Park of the U.S. second, then de Laat. Now, de Laat, the most experienced of this group. We'll wait and see when he wants to make his move. He'll need at least to jump 1 spot. And he gets past Wesley Park. Settles into second. Zhang still leading. And here comes Yoshinaga going 3 wide. And the bell. And the chase. And now it's de Laat. Nice little nifty inside move to go to the front. Yoshinaga second. Zhang third, and that will be the finish. So it is Itzhak de Laat getting through. So de Laat and Yoshinaga. A 1-2 finish, now moving to the semifinals. 4 more 1,500-meter heats for the men before we wrap things up. So Delot got the job done. Into the semifinals along with Yoshinaga tomorrow. Skaters on the ice for the 6th quarterfinal heat. Lucas Speckenhauser, one of 3 Italians in this heat. That's unusual. Delegation's only allowed 3 skaters in the entire race, and all 3 for Italy. Speckenhauser, Siegel, Casanelli all find themselves in the same heat. So no way that all 3 would advance unless one gets advanced via penalty. Well, there's Pietro Siegel. He's not lost a race on this ice this year, individually anyway. Here in Gdansk, the Hala Olivia Arena venue, the host of the European Championships last month, and Pietro Siegel swept them all. The 500, the 1,000, the 1,500, all won by Siegel, the 24-year-old. So you want to talk about feeling like a home away from home. This is your spot. This is his spot. And we'll see if that continues a month later. At least of the skaters in this heat against Siegel, 5 of the 6 would have been at the Euros, with Sebastian Lepep or Van Dam of Belgium. The only one who would not have been participating in the Euros was the United States' Jonathan So. And So right now in front. And the Italians about ready to make some moves here. And that's Speckenhauser. Siegel at the back of the group. Casanelli in the 49. And Jonathan So back to the lead for the U.S. Siegel beginning to creep up a little bit. He's in the 5th. Still Jonathan So. Now he relinquishes the lead to Speckenhauser. Lepep comes alongside, and he will take the lead. So Lepep, the 32-year-old veteran, tries to seal a spot here in the semifinals. Siegel 4th. So back to 5th. 3 laps left. Now Pietro Siegel starts to fly, and he will grab the lead away from his teammate Speckenhauser. Siegel, yes, he still likes this ice. Siegel in front, Lepep second, and the bell. Siegel, Speckenhauser, and Lepep, 1, 2, 3. And Pietro Siegel will come around the corner, and he'll hit the line first again here in Gdansk. Second verse, same as the first. Siegel right now feeling like he can't be beaten on this ice. Speckenhauser second, Lepep third. So the Italians go 1, 2, 4. Jonathan So for the U.S. finishing 5th. Or Van Dam 6th. Well, all things considered, with 3 Italians in the same heat, I mean, think of the odds against that. I know they go by rankings and such, but there are 59 skaters across 9 heats. And your 3 skaters for your delegation all find themselves somehow in the same heat, but about the best case possible. Italy does finish 1-2 with Siegel and Speckenhauser. Castanelli finishing 4th. So 2 of the 3 will advance on to the semifinals. And Castanelli will have to do some heavy lifting to get through the repechage to get back in the main draw. 3 more heats remain. And the start list includes Etienne Bastier, who turns 20 years old today. Happy birthday. One of 2 French skaters, Tristan Navarro alongside. And there is Pascal Dion, just outside the top 10.
Go to the start. Ready.
Maris Janis Sternmanis from Latvia started on that back line. 7 skaters in this heat. Croatia's Ivan Martinic in the red and white checkerboard sleeve and pant leg of his suits from Croatia. Tobias Wolf of Austria. Balázs Boncevic from Hungary. Navarro and Bastier from France, and then Dion. Dion, 2-time Olympian for Canada. Gold medalist in Beijing. He was part of that 5,000-meter gold medal relay team for Canada. See Kim Gun-woo coming up next, and then Park Ji-won in the final quarterfinal heats. Sternmanis for Latvia. I don't believe we've seen him in any World Cup events over the course of this year. Right now, setting the table in this heat. Dion behind him. And now Dion in front of him. So Pascal Dion for Canada. Now he will give the lead away. Navarro in helmet 107 for France. 4 laps left. Boncevic for 3rd. Bastier on his birthday right now 5th. Still Navarro and Dion quickly across the line. 2 laps to go. Again, only 1st and 2nd advance to the semifinals. Everybody else through the repechage. The bell for Dion. It's his lead. Boncevic gets the inside pass around Navarro, and he will hold the fort down and finish 2nd. So Dion wins it. Boncevic 2nd, Navarro 3rd. So Pascal Dion in the semifinals, along with Balázs Boncevic, 21-year-old from Hungary. And now 2 races left to go. Solid race by Pascal Dion. Hello. Welcome to Gdansk. clearly pleased. And he's into the semis. Bontovic joins him. Stern Matis of Latvia finishing 7th. So now 2 quarters remain. We'll see 2 of the bigger names on the men's side of the sport. Kim Gun-woo, he will be in this heat. World classification champion of 1500 back 5 years ago. There is Adil Galiak-Metov. Took bronze in the 1,000 last week in Dresden. 3rd individual podium of his career. There's Will Boomstra. Just joined the coaching staff for Kazakhstan a couple of weeks ago, as you told me earlier in the week. Former head coach for Team USA. Here's Kim Gun-woo.
Go to the start. Ready.
Peter Riches of Great Britain in helmet 70. Kosei Hayashi from Japan. One of the top juniors at this distance last year. Asen Girov from Bulgaria. Farrell Tracy, the older of the Tracy brothers, saw Niall a little bit earlier. And Alejandro Rivero Marshak from Belgium in helmet 170. So those are the 7. And here we go with Rivero Marshak sprinting away in the clear. We saw this attempt last week in Dresden, and it lasted for about almost half the race. And right now Rivero Marshak is pulling away, going as fast as he can out of the gates, and see if that'll hold up. That strategy almost never works, but we'll see. Clearly no panic from the other 6 behind him. As you compare the times, Rivero Marshak a second faster than everybody on that lap, and now we'll see if the time begins to drop from a 9.75 now to a 10.2. Still picked up 2/10 on the rest of the field on that lap. And now you see the time of Rivero Marshak 10.6, and this is where he'll start to lose some time. Lost about a half second to everybody. Yeah, the body is just not conditioned to go that fast, that long. And now the lap time of over 11. Now he's lost about a second and a quarter to the rest of the field. So they're ganging up fast. 4 laps to go, though. That lap time 11.4 for Rivero Marshak. And, yeah, he's about out of gas. Well, the strategy worked for about, 10 laps of this race. And now there goes the gang right by. So now the lead to Hayashi, and just like that, Rivero Marshak is dead last. Emphasis on dead. Hayashi now to second. Galiak-Metov in front. And the bell lap. And there goes Kim Gun-woo. Bursting forward, and Kim will grab the lead, take the corner, and win it. Galiak-Metov and Riches very, very close for second. Well, it can be a little bit disconcerting if you're with the peloton and somebody sprints off and tries to steal the race. The odds are that it almost never succeeds, and so rarely will you see anybody else kind of go out fast with them for exactly the reason that we just saw. So very early in the race, that's where we saw the 18-year-old from Belgium just take off. I mean, rockets ahead. Doesn't stop, going all out. And again, to his credit, had the lead for, 10 out of the 13 and a half laps? But when you hit the wall, you bounce backwards. And that's about what happened to Rivero Marshak. And there is the finish. Very, very close. Galiak-Metov. Just with that extended left blade, finishing second. And that will be an automatic qualifying spot for him in the semifinals. So Galiak-Metov, on the heels of his bronze last week in the 1,000, will avoid the repechage by finishing second. 15,000th of a second for Galikmetov saves him about 3,000 extra meters tomorrow to try and get back into the main draw. Galikmetov is in. And now to the last quarterfinal heats. Park Ji-won potentially on the way to repeating as the Crystal Globe champion. He enters this week with a lead of 109 points on Stephen Dubois. So unless there's just an utter catastrophe this weekend for Park Ji-won, he is very, very likely to be reign king again on the men's side. But again, first things first. Here's the first time we see Park Ji-won on the ice this weekend in Gdansk. He's the reigning world champion in the 1500 and the 1000. And last week, I mean, what we've seen from Park Ji-won over the last couple of World Cups, you go back to the fourth World Cup stop in Seoul back in December. Raced both 1500, silver in one, gold in the other. And then last week, in a big, big week, again, he was trailing by just a couple of points to Stephen Dubois. But Park Ji-won elected to race both thousands and won gold in them both, took down the extra bonus points. And as a result, his lead is 89 points, or probably 109 points, coming into this final World Cup stop weekend. Nathan Thomas and Park Ji-won out front. Don Koss from the Netherlands in Helle 184. And it is Koss now usurping the lead from Park Ji-won. And now Park Ji-won sizes him up, looking in, looking wide, and still hanging in seconds. Thomas third. And here comes Zeroglu from Turkey up in the fourth spot. First and second move to the semifinals. But if you're Park, you're not terribly comfortable at this spot with Nathan Thomas right behind you. So look for Park to make a move here pretty quickly. Costo still in front. Inside the final 2 laps, and there goes Park Ji-won. Big, big move and easily past Koss. And there's the bell. Now Koss will try to defend that second position. Thomas trailing him. And Park Ji-won winds up easing his way past the field in the last couple of laps. So Park takes care of business. Koss second. Tibor is for third. Good race by Koss. So he is into the semifinals as well. The review box is lit. They're taking a look at an incident involving Tarek Omaragic of Bosnia and Herzegovina against Iroglu. We'll see if we get a look at that in this replay melts. There's Omaragic on the inside right there. That is what they're looking at for the potentiality of a late pass by Omaragic. Meanwhile, the finish for Park Ji-won, and he will win his quarterfinal. And the officials, no penalty. Official results are in. Park Ji-won, Don Koss move through to the semifinals. So they will open up the pads, bring out the Zamboni, resurface the ice after it's been chewed up over the last hour or so at the women's and men's 1500. And one more event coming up in this morning session here in Gdansk. So after the break, as we get a look at the official semifinalists for the 1500 tomorrow. Daniel Yoon of the U.S. is there. There's DeSmet, Siegel, and Speckenhauser, Dion, Kim Gun-woo, Park Ji-won, and the others. So coming up after the break, we will have 4 heats of the mixed relay quarterfinals. 15 teams will vie for spots in the semis after the track resurfacing here. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes with the quarterfinals of the mixed relay. Stay tuned. ISU coverage of World Cup Gdansk. Final event of the morning session coming up. It's the quarterfinals of the mixed relay. And we will have 15 teams across 4 heats. And in this opening heat, we'll see China, Belgium, Japan, and Great Britain. China, the world number 2 over this World Cup season. A couple of golds in Montreal the first couple of weekends. Silver in Beijing, but since then we have not seen China on the podium. We'll see Belgium, Japan, and Great Britain round out this opening quarterfinal. So 18 laps. Skaters getting warmed up on the ice. And there's the whistles. They're called to the starts. First look at Zhang Jiru. Will lead things off for China in a helmet 99. Belgium ranked number 6 currently. It's Hannah de Smet to open things up. Japan, the number 10 team. And Great Britain, of the 17 teams in the mixed relay rankings, Great Britain is number 16. And called to the start. Here we go. So Song will open things up, and representing China, it is Belgium off to the quick lead. Great Britain sitting in second. Hannah de Smet's opening things up for Belgium. And prepare now for the first exchange of this race. Gdansk out there for Belgium right now in the lead. Zhang Jinying on the ice for China in second position. Japan third. Great Britain fourth. And there's the first exchange, female to male. And still Belgium out there in front. Adrian Deguetère in helmet 94. Japan right now in second position. And Tsuruka Yokoyama. China third, Great Britain fourth. And now back to Belgium, and that is Stan de Smet. At the end of his couple laps, he'll make the exchange from brother to sister. Hannah de Smet will pick things up again. Izuki Yoshinaga for Japan right now is sitting in second. China still third with Zhang Bohao. And there's the exchange. It's back to de Smet with Belgium. So Belgium, Japan, China, Great Britain. As a matter of fact, that's Dendalk right now on the ice, and China gets past her. So China in front. Now the exchange will go to de Smet. And Zhang on the ice, de Smet's on the chase. Great Britain third, and then Japan. Only first and second move on to the semifinals. There's the inside pass by de Smet. And de Smet is going to give the lead to Deguetère for his last couple laps. And then Stan de Smet will be on the anchor. China very close for second. An inside pass attempt. And we'll get ready for the last exchange. China now in the lead. Belgium second. Here comes Japan in third place. And it's tight into that corner. Belgium will win the corner. Japan still third. And now China coming around and hearing the bell. Final lap. So China, the world number 2. And across the line, China will win it. Belgium is second. Japan third. So Zhang Bohao cleans that one up. Handles Stan de Smet down the stretch. So China and Belgium out of the first quarter. There's the charge right there between China and Belgium. And the finish. So China over Belgium in the opening quarter. There is a review still underway from a little bit of a skirmish earlier in that race, but no penalties assessed, and the results are now official. So now on to the second quarterfinal. Only 3 teams here. Netherlands, currently the world number 1. 3 consecutive goals over the last 3 World Cups. Silver that second weekend in Montreal, but ever since they've strung gold to gold, gold together. Now they've added Suzanne Schulting to the mix, and she will be on the ice. along with Alexander Velzibor, Imans and Delatz. France will be out there with Lepepa Navarro and then Levesque and Daudetz. And Poland will make a change to its mixed relay. If you were with us last week in Dresden, we saw an awful injury to Nikola Mazur on an exchange. So it's Selye, Nowinski, Stormowska, and Topolska replaces Mazur. So off we go. Second quarterfinal. Velzibor will open things up for the Netherlands. Alexander Velzibor lightning quick and sets pretty good pace. Stormowska hanging with her, though, and there's the exchange. And now Scholting on the ice for the Netherlands. And that's Gabriela Topolska in helmet 33. Meanwhile, France skids out, and they are off the lead lap. Scholting and Topolska. And again, first and second on to the semifinals. And there's the first female-to-male exchange. Imans for the Dutch. Selye out there for Poland. And France 3 laps behind now. Itzhak Delat will be on the anchor for the Dutch. And it's Nowinski for Poland. Of these 3 teams, first and second go to the semifinals. See Nowinski kind of straighten up right there. Was not in the best position. Thought about a pass and then realized we finished second. We're into the semis anyway, so we may see a bit more of a passive approach from Team Poland here. Stormowska on the exchange. Topolska now out there trying to just hang with Suzanne Scholting. We've had 2 reviews ongoing over the course of this race. One of them has been cleared by the green box you see that was formerly yellow. So there's Imans and Selye. And still the Dutch in front. Poland second. France 3 laps behind. And now one last exchange. And the Dutch gives it to Delat. Nowinski for Poland. I doubt we'll see Nowinski do anything untoward here. But he will. He gets room on the inside and does make the pass. So it's Poland in front with Michael Nowinski. Delat shuffled to second. And Poland will win it. They'll get a rise out of the fans. All right, so he didn't take second place for granted. Found a hole, pushed it through. And the fans delighted. So both Poland and the Dutch unofficially into the semifinals. There still is a review they're taking a look at from very early in the race. So that will leave us with 2 more quarterfinals to go here in the mix. And here's the pass right there, sneaky as it was, with a lap to go. And a ton of room for Nowinski on the inside as Delat went wayward. And the results we are still awaiting. We'll see Korea coming up in the 3rd quarterfinal. Then the U.S. will be in the last quarterfinal. Now Senator Mowry one more time communicating with the officials in the video replay booth. Here's a look at Team Poland on the mixed side. Silver at the Euros. But no podium yet over the World Cup season for Team Poland, but they've been on the improve. They're now making an adjustment to their lineup after the injury suffered last week by Mazur. So Topolska subbed in. And pending the outcome of this review, Poland would move to the semifinals. Meanwhile, the skaters from Ukraine and Kazakhstan, Italy, and Korea are on the ice, and there are the results. No penalty issued. Poland and the Dutch are through into the semifinals. So now we'll see Korea on the ice, the world number 4 this World Cup season. But no finish higher than a silver for Korea this year. And that came the very first World Cup events in Montreal. Bronze in Seoul, bronze in Dresden, but no gold for Korea. Park Ji-won, Lee So-yoon, Lee Jung-min, and Kim Gun-woo, the 4 scheduled to skate for Korea. The Seagull siblings, along with Ariana Valsapina and Castanelli for Italy. Khan, Nikisha, Zanbustanova, and Zaksabaya for Kazakhstan. And for Ukraine, it's Adamenko, Fedorenko, Hyundai, and Sidorko. So the race is off, and it's Korea with the early lead. So the first exchange, Italy second, Kazakhstan third. And Lee So-yoon, the early advantage for Korea. Yeah, that is Ariana Seagull tracing her. Kazakhstan in third with Zanbustanova. And now the exchange, and on the ice for Korea, Lee Jung-min. Italy with Castanelli. And now the final rotation of the 4 skaters. That is Kim Gun-woo for Korea. Italy now into first position, Pietro Seagal. Kazakhstan third, Ukraine fourth. And now back to the front. Korea still sitting second. Kazakhstan a tight third. Yana Khan did well. Korea stumbles and falls, and also down is Kazakhstan. So it's Ukraine right now in second position, and Italy with Ariana Seagull in front. That will be reviewed. Korea and Kazakhstan got connected in a skirmish. There is Seagull for the Italians. Big lead. Ukraine is trying to stay on its skates and finish second. They don't find themselves in many semifinals in these mixed relays. So there's Casanelli. One last exchange coming. And it will occur on the home straight here from Casanelli to Pietro Seagull. There's the exchange. And Italy on its way to claiming this quarterfinal heat. So there's the bell. The lead to Italy. Ukraine a very distant second. And there's the finish, and Seagull will win it for Italy. And Ukraine about to cross the line, and they just have, finishing second. Kazakhstan and Korea a couple laps off the pace after that collision with about 7 or so laps to go. But that is going to be reviewed. So they're taking a look at a penalty potentially on Team Kazakhstan. Right in the middle of this exchange, we'll see if Korea may have an opportunity to be advanced here. Here is going to be the collision. It's on the inside right there, the stumble and the fall, and the Koreans just couldn't get out of the way. And that looked like just a pure fall by the skater from Kazakhstan on Yana Khan's own, and that wound up taking down Lee So-yoon. So this could be a case where Korea simply gets advanced on to the semifinal as a result of a potential penalty, but we will wait on the official results. And there is the advancement for Korea. So Italy, Ukraine finishing second as a result of that fall, and Korea advanced on to the semifinal. So now we go to the last quarterfinal of the mixed relay, USA, Canada, Hungary, Croatia. And the United States currently the world number 3. A couple of bronzes, but a gold for the United States last week in Dresden. And a monumental gold medal for the U.S. in this event. We'll try to stitch together another solid performance. There's Stoddard and Santos Griswold for the United States. And the U.S. will also send out Andrew Ahio and Marcus Howard. Canada with Doak, Pierre Gillet, Roussel, and Soro. Hungary will have Nagrade, Samoji, and Tibors. And Croatia with Martinic, Kolinic, Biric, and Asic. Croatia, the number 15 ranked squad. Hungary, number 12. Canada, despite all the talent, Canada, number 7 in the World Cup standings this year. Canada, though, did win the 4 continents over the U.S. China finished 3rd there, but Canada has not been on a podium at the World Cup level this year. It's a little repair on the ice. Andrew Ahio kind of pointed out some areas. And this will be the final race of this morning's session. There's Soro. And again, coming up in the afternoon session, we'll kick it off with the prelims and heats of the men's and women's 1,000. And the prelims and heats of the second run into the 500, and then the quarterfinals of both the men's and women's relay. That will wrap up day 1 in Gdansk. Track is now ready, as are we for the last quarterfinal. Skaters at the line. Stoddard's ready to go. He's waiting for a whistle.
Go to the start. Ready.
Valentina Asic will open things up for Croatia on this opening leg. And Canada will jump out quickly. It's Ricky Doak on the opening leg for Canada. Stoddard for the United States. You would expect this to be a 2-team race, but anything can happen here. Soro matches up against Santos Griswold. And Santos Griswold wants to lead quickly, and she will take it away from Soro. So the U.S. out in front. Howard is generally on the 3rd leg for the United States, and Ahio the anchor. We'll see if that order remains true for Stephen Goff. I wouldn't imagine anything will change based on the results last week from the U.S., and it is indeed Howard. And the last exchange, Roussel will get it to Pierre Gillet, and the U.S. will get it in the hands of Andrew Ahio. And these two teams have spread apart from the others. It's the U.S. and Canada 1-2. And one last orbit of the skaters. Stoddard getting in line. There is that exchange, and it's Doak tracing right behind her. But the U.S. grabbed the lead when Santos Griswold jumped on the ice and made an inside pass against Sereau, and now they're going to come back onto the ice, and it's going to be Santos Griswold in front. And Sereau just frankly doesn't quite have the speed to catch up with Santos Griswold. So this is clean ice right now for Santos Griswold in the U.S., and the lead will be stretched out. 2 more exchanges to go, and Santos Griswold prepping to release Marcus Howard. And a comfortable lead for the United States with 1 exchange left. So it's Howard out ahead of Roussel. And Roussel trying to bring Canada back. First and second move to the semifinals. Here's the last exchange. Hio in front. And now it is Pierre Gillet, and this one is getting tighter again. 1 more full lap to go. And there's the attempted pass by Pierre Gillet, and he will get around Andrew Hio. It is Canada and the U.S. 1-2. And the last corner, Pierre Gillet, and now it's Hio on the inside. Oh, nice little race. Fun race. Looked like Canada did get back for the win. And both teams really wanted that win in this quarterfinal. So Canada, by inches, defeats the United States. Hungary third, Croatia fourth. A lot of back and forth over the last 4 laps of this one. And credit to Roussel for making up some ground against Marcus Howard. And then back and forth, Hio and Pierre Gillet went over the last couple of laps. This is the initial pass early in the race. This is within the first 4 laps of the race with Santos Griswold. This is Hio and Pierre Gillet, I believe, into the final corner. Pierre Gillet the pass, and yeah, here's the finish. Very close, and it was Canada with Pierre Gillet getting up on the U.S. So the results are in. Official. Canada and the United States advance on to the semifinals of the mixed relay. That will be tomorrow. We'll see that semifinal as the last event in the morning session on day 2. So there are the teams advancing. So you have the 8 plus the advancement of Korea as a result of some contact with the team from Kazakhstan. So 9 teams will head to tomorrow's semifinal in the mixed relay. So it's going to wrap things up for the morning session here from Gdansk, Poland. Stay tuned after this lunch break. Full resurfacing. We'll come back with the prelims and heats of the men's and women's 1,000, the prelims and heats of the second run into 500, and then the quarterfinals of both the men's and women's relay. So for now, thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We will resume in a little less than an hour and a half as we continue day 1 from Gdansk. You're watching ISU's coverage of World Cup Gdansk. Stay tuned. The afternoon session on the way.
Go to the start.
So hello and welcome back everybody to this sixth and last ISU World Cup short track speed skating. We're live from the Hala Olivia Arena in Gdansk for this second part of the qualifying day. We are here for the second time this season after the European Championships earlier in January. It will be an exciting weekend. This is the last chance for all skaters to get some good results for the Crystal Globe. Two Koreans currently leading the classifications. Jili Kim for the women and Jiwon Park for the men. But there's still a lot of points for grabs in this final World Cup weekend. So this afternoon qualifying session we will continue with the preliminaries and heats for the 1000 meters. Also for the 500 meters, the second 500 meters of this weekend. And after the individual races, we will also have the heats for the 3000 meter relay for the women, also the 5000 meter relay for the men. So stay tuned as we shortly will start with the 1000 meter preliminaries for the men. What you see them on the ice, the first out of 12 preliminaries, 1000 meters for the men, 5 skaters on the ice. Adil Galigmetov from Kazakhstan, Kata Watanabe from Japan, Bao Zhang from China, Ivan Martinic from Croatia, and Enem Zigeti from Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this first preliminary 1000 meters for the men. A lot of contenders on this distance, 12 heats. Numbers 1, 2 and 11 fastest third place skaters will qualify for the heats. So also the time will be important for that the third place skater. The Kazakhstan skater Galigmetov taking the lead early in the race. Watanabe in second, Zhang in third. Galiametov setting the pace. We have 3 laps to go in this first preliminary heat number 1. Galiametov now increasing his pace. Watanabe is still closely behind. First 3 skaters close together. Behind them it is Zigetti moving up to the 4th spot. Has to close a little bit of a gap there. As we heard the bell for the last lap for Galiametov. No exchanges in the last lap. It means Galiametov takes the win for Watanabe. Zhang in 3rd. Zigetti in 4th. And Martinic in 5th. 1:28.77 for Zhang. That will be the time to beat for the next couple of races. Strong race from Galiametov. As we have the final results. Some repairs by the track stewards for that finish of the number 32 Galiametov, who wins his first preliminary heat. We then continue to the second preliminary heat. Here there finally are the final results of the Watanabe through to the heats. Zhang now one of the fastest 3rd place skaters. And then already see next 5 skaters on the ice. Gumu Kim from Korea, Zdeněk Sepal from the Czech Republic, Balázs Bontovic from Hungary, Steven Alexander Kumijev from Bulgaria, and Philippe Dedolin from Canada. Number 126 on his helmet, Gun Woo Kim, 4th in the Crystal Globe standings, 2nd in the 1500 meter Crystal Globe standings.
Skate.
Still have to wait a few more minutes before we start this second preliminary heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second preliminary heat. 1000 meters for the men. Again, 5 skaters on the ice. Clear favorite now in the lead. Gun Woo Kim, followed by Doddelin in second, Sepal in third. Bontovic now moving on the inside to the third spot. Sepal in fourth, Kumijev in fifth for now. All competing for the first two spots. If it's going fast enough also for that third place in the end of the race. It is Kim setting the base. Kim increasing his pace lap by lap. Doddelin skating some defensive lines there to make sure Bontovic doesn't pass him. All three skaters still close together behind them. Sepal has to leave. A little gap there as we hear the bell for the last lap for Kim, still leading. Here we have the finish, so it is the win for Kim. Doddelin in second, Bontovic in third. Sepal in fourth and Kumijev in fifth place. 1:26.94 fast, second preliminary heat. See the replay here. The winner, number 126 on his helmet. Bronze medal winner on the 1500 meters. Last weekend in Dresden. He unofficially wins this second preliminary heat. And it's indeed officially. So Kim and Doddelin move on to the heats together with Bontovic for now. This time will probably be enough. We then continue with the third preliminary heat in these 1000 meters for the man. Shogo Miyata from Japan, Friso Amons from the Netherlands, Kala Park from United States, Enzo Prost from Belgium. Only 4 skaters in this third preliminary heat. They will battle for the first 2 spots.
Go to the start. Ready.
We are away with this third preliminary heat. Miyata takes the lead early in the race, followed by Amons. Park in third, Prost in fourth. Amons qualified on the 1500 meters this morning. Silver medalist on the European Championships. A couple of weeks back here in Gdansk on the 1500 meters. Miyata setting the base, but now it is Amons on the inside, takes over the lead. Park still easily on third. Prost trying to hold on to the first 3 skaters. He now makes a move on the inside for that third spot. But not for long as Park takes it there. So Park in third, Prost in fourth, but it is Amons and Miyata now moving along. Clear the bell for Amons, still leading this race. Numbers 1 and 2 close together. Behind them, we have to take a look at the time of Park. It is the 1:28.19 for Park on the third place. Not that much of action in this first 3 preliminary heats. Everyone making sure that the time is fast enough to qualify within the first 3 spots of each race. Definitely see some more action towards the heats as we have the final results here. So Amons and Mieta moving on to the heats. Park now one of the fastest third place skaters. We'll have to wait a couple of more races. We continue with preliminary heat number 4. Pascal Dion, Paul Adamski, Marcus Howard, Chengryu Zhang and Bram Steenaert.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 4th preliminary 1000 meters for the man, and it is a fast start of Bram Steenaert. First World Cup for him this season. Skated the 500 meter this morning. Through to the quarterfinals on that distance for the Saturday, but these distances are for the Sunday. Second position right behind him, it is Howard, Dion in 3rd, Adamski in 4th, and Young now in the back. 5th position for him. The pace is set high early in the race by Bram Steenaert, as Pascal Dion moves on to the 2nd place, the bronze medal winner on the World Championships last year. 1500 meters as he takes over the lead from Steenaert. Dion leads for Steenaert, Howard in 3rd, Adamski in 4th. Steenaert has to leave a gap there to Dion. Now on the inside it is Howard. Howard taking over that 2nd position as we're the bell for the last lap for Dion. It is the win for Dion. Howard in 2nd, Steenaert in 3rd. Young ended up in 4th and Adamski in 5th. Great race by Pascal Dion, number 4 on his helmet. A finalist 1500 meters last weekend in Dresden. Ended up in 6th in that a final. Saw some great moves of him in this race from 3rd to 2nd, and here we see the move to the lead as she passes Bram Steenaert. Those are also the final results, the 127.181. We'll keep that in mind for Bram Steenaert, but it is Dion and Howard moving on to the heats. We then continue with preliminary heat number 5. Robert Kuspers from Latvia, Nathan Thomas from Poland, Nutalik Kazgali from Kazakhstan, Dominique Anderman from Austria, and Thibaut Mitreux from Switzerland.
Go to the start. Ready.
The race is called back for a false start. We see the replay. Hard to see whose fault it is. Let's see what the decision is. The men's starter, Mr. Antal Novak.
Blade crossed the line. Penalty.
So this is a false start for the number 40, Nutinek Gazgali. Crossing the line with his skate.
Go to the start. Ready.
So the second start is a good one. So we're away with the fifth preliminary heat. 4 skaters left. It is Thomas takes the early lead. Kroesbergs in second. The B finalist of last weekend's second 1000 meters in Dresden. Ended up in second in the B final. Anderman in third, Metro in fourth. So again here, you also saw in the first 4 races, leading skater setting the pace high early in the race in order for the third place skater to have fast enough time to qualify for the heats. So it's all about qualifying now. As you see the move on the inside from Kroesbergs taking over the lead. In the back, Metro having let the first 3 skaters go. We hear the bell for the last lap for Kroesbergs. Thomas and Anneman, numbers 2 and 3, close together as they go over the finish line. It is Kroesbergs who takes the win. Second place for Thomas, third Anneman, 1:31.26. That's the slowest time for the third place skater until now. There's still 7 races to go in these preliminaries, 1000 meters. As you see the replay on your screen. So after the false start, 4 skaters left. You see the only action in this race. Kroesbergs making his move to take over the lead. And in the end finishing in first. Those are also the final results. So the penalty for Nitilek Gazgali for the false start. Kroesbergs and Thomas move on to the heats. Alleman still has to wait for the next 7 races. If his time will be enough. We then continue with preliminary heat number 6. Sungwoo Jang from Korea, Kosai Ayashi from Japan, Mohamed Bozdak from Turkey, Rostislav Leonthenko from the Ukraine, and Daniel June from the United States.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of preliminary number 6. It's Sungwoo Yang who takes the lead for Hayashi, Bozdak, Leonthenko and June. Sungwoo Yang, the Korean, won silver last weekend on the second 1000 meters. Definitely try to go for that gold medal this weekend. His last chance this year for the World Cup gold medal. Zhang is increasing his pace with 4 laps to go in this preliminary heat number 6. Hayashi still in second, but we see the move there from Yoon. Yoon moving up to third. Bostak still in fourth. All skaters close together. Let's move to the end of this race. Young increasing his pace little by little, but it is Hayashi on the inside taking over the lead as he hears the bell. The bell for the last lap for Hayashi. Behind him it is a close battle between the Korean and skater from the USA, but in the end no changes in that last lap. Hayashi takes the win for Young Yoon Bosdak and Leon Franco in fifth. Replay of the inside pass of Hayashi. Waiting for the first 6 laps right behind the Korean before he makes his move to win this 6th preliminary heat. We didn't have the final result, so Hayashi and Yang move on to the heats. Yoon went 26.922, one of the fastest third place times. But he still has to wait. We are now halfway on these preliminary heats. 7th one on the ice, Thomas Nadalini, Peter Yazapati, Tobias Wolf, and Mitahan Atan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this preliminary heat, number 7, Nadalini takes the lead. Yazapati in second, Wolf in third, Atan in fourth. Quite a bit of a different tactic here. First 6 races started out already quite quickly. So we'll try to make the effort for that fast third place time. Here we see the easier beginning, lap times of 10.6. Atan is taking over the lead in the meantime from Nadalini. Nadalini just missed out on qualifying for the main program this morning on the 500 meters. Did that a great World Cup weekend last weekend in Dresden. Skated the A final on the first 1000 meters. Try to qualify first via these preliminaries. See the move on the outside from Nadalini taking over the lead as he hears the bell for the last lap. Also Yazapati has moved on to the second spot. So we have the finish. It is Nadalini in first, Yazapati in second. Atan 1:36.23. Slowest third place for now. We saw earlier that the pace in the beginning wasn't fast enough for a fast third place time. In the end it is Wolf in fourth. Replay of the move by Nadalini. From third to the lead. She moves on to win his 7th preliminary heat. 1000 meters for the man. These are the final results. So Nanolini and Yasapati moving on to the heats. Atan has to wait for the next couple of races as we then continue with preliminary heat number 8. Maxime Nouin from Canada, Mattia Antonioli from Italy, Tristan Navarro from France, Timofey Kokeliko from the Ukraine, and Munk Erdene Ebenelip from Mongolia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of preliminary heat number 8. Loin takes the lead. Antonoli in second, Navarro in third. Kokelko in fourth. Edene Bilek in fifth place for now. Navarro moving up on the outside. Take over the lead from Loin. Antonoli still in third. Kokelko now has to leave the first 3 skaters, and as Antonoli makes a pass on the inside to take over that second position. Still the first 3 skaters close together. As we have 2 laps to go in this 7,000 meter, this 8,000 meter preliminary. Bell for Navarro setting the pace. Nouin trying to make a move on the inside, doesn't succeed there. Still has to finish for that third place time as Navarro wins this preliminary heat. Antonoli in second, Nouin in third, Kokelko in fourth, and Edene Bilek in fifth place. Replay of the move by Navarro. Takes over the lead with 3 laps to go. As he manages to win this 8th preliminary heat. Those are also the final results. So Navarro and Antonoli moving on to these Nouin 130.817. We'll have to wait a couple of more races as we continue with heat number 9. Jiwon Park from Korea, Fukan Akar from Turkey, Theo Collins from Great Britain, Ware van Damme from Belgium, and Brandon Young Kai Pok from Singapore.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 9th preliminary heat for the man. It is Jiwon Park who takes the early lead. The clear favorite for this race. The winner of both 1,000 meters last weekend in Dresden. Only skated A finals this year in all World Cups. He's also the leader of the Crystal Globe standings. Will definitely try to take home all the points this weekend to win that Crystal Globe. Akar now in second, Collins in third. First 3 have a little gap to Ware van Damme. Pok now on 5th place, trying to make a move on Van Damme. Takes over that 4th position. What you see here, Park still leading, setting the pace very high early in this race. Akar still trying to follow him closely behind him. Collins in third. Tries to keep that gap as small as possible as they hear the bell for the last lap. As we have the finish here for Park in first. Akar in second, Collins in third, Pok in fourth, and Van Damme in fifth. A great race by Gibbon Park, the number one on his helmet. Olympic champion on both the 1000 and 1500 meters. Manages to win this 9th preliminary heat. Zaiju World Cup short track here in Dresden. It is now also official, so Park and Akar move on to the heats. Collins, a fast third place time for him. Most likely will also be moving on to the heats, but still has to wait 3 more races. As we continue with Dan Kos, Jakobalan Shumakanov from Kazakhstan, Peter Murphy from Luxembourg, Yangpen Liu from China, and Linat Reines Lezon from Latvia.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with this 10th preliminary heat, 1000 meters for the men. This Dan Kos takes the lead early in this race. Second World Cup this weekend, had a great debut last weekend in the A final of the 1000 meters. Just missed out on a medal, as it is Shamanakhanov who has taken over the lead. Kos closely behind him in second, Murphy in third, Liu in fourth, and Lezon now all the way in the back in fifth. As we have 4 laps to go, again a fast start from Shamanakhanov from the beginning to make sure that third place time is fast enough and have a little bit of more room for error to qualify for the 1000 meter heats. Liu making his move on the inside. Oh, and they go down. Liu and Murphy. 3 skaters left. Lezon now having a bit of gap to Kos and Shamanakhanov. Kos still ready to race for the win, and it is in the end Kos who wins this 10th preliminary heat. Shamanakhanov in second, Lezon in third. After the fall, it is Murphy and Liu. Finishes in fourth and fifth. Not a great start of this weekend so far for the Chinese Liu. Got a penalty this morning on the 1500 meters. And here the referee will be also looking at an infraction by Liu or Murphy. Here we see the replay of the finish. Indeed, Kos with the move in the last lap takes the win. So we have the final results, and it is indeed a second penalty this morning for Liu for the move on Peter Murphy, Kos and Samukanov. Move on to the heats. Liaison has to wait for the last two races. We have the replay of the action here. End of straight inside skater, failure to give way for the number 173, the Chinese Liu Yampeng. So we continue with preliminary heat number 11. Lucas Speckenhauser, Peter Riches, Ola Handai, Joshua K, and Dietrich Varglish.
Go to the start. Ready.
Preliminary heat number 11. 5 skaters on the ice. Handai takes the lead. Speckerhausen in second. Qualified only 1500 meters this morning. Number 10 from the Crystal Globe standings. Third place on the 1000 meter Crystal Globe classification. Taking over the lead. Now Handai in second. Riches in third. K in fourth. Varglis in fifth. As the speed picks up lap by lap, Varglis has to let the first 4 skaters go. Speckenhauser increasing the pace. We have 2 laps to go in this 11th preliminary 1000 meter heat for the men. Can Riches make his move there? He can't. He stays in third. Car now tries to make a move for that third spot as they go to the finish line. It is Speckenhauser and Handai first and second over the finish line. Riches ends up in third. Car in fourth. Varglis in fifth place. Strong race by Speckenhauser once again. 2-time B finalist last weekend. 35th World Cup in Dresden. So he'll try to hold on to his third spot in the 1000 meter Crystal Globe classification. There are the final results. So Speckenhauser and Handai moving on to the heats. Riches 132.020. Fast enough for now. So we have one more race to go on the ice. Brendan Corey, Nal, Tracy, Xingyu Lee, Esen Girov, and Ernestas Chik.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of the last preliminary heat, 1000 meters for the man. As it is Tracy who takes the lead, followed by Corey, Lee, Girov, and Chak. Tracy, the silver medal winner on the European Championships 1000 meters this year. About a month ago, also here in Gdansk. Very happy with that result. So good memories for him on this track. As he still leads this race, picks up some pace. Corey still close behind him in second, looks behind him, sees there the Chinese Lee. First two skaters now pulling away from the remaining skaters. Tracy, Corey, and Lee. All three skaters still close together as they move to the last lap. The last lap of this preliminary heat. Tracy still leading. Corey in second. Can Lee make his move in the last corner? He can. It is Tracy who wins this 12th preliminary heat for Corey, Lee, Jirov, and in 5th place it is Chick. We'll see the replay of the action here. It is the number 41, Tracy, leading all the way from the beginning, setting the pace early in the race. Manages to win this last 1,000-meter preliminary heat. These are the final results. Tracy and Corey, together with Lee, move on to the heats that will be skated after the ice resurface. We now have a short break before we continue with the 1,000 meters for the women. The heats are coming up, so stay tuned for this second part of qualifying here in Gdansk. And we're back for the 1000 meter women heats. These sixth and last ISU World Cup short track here in Gdansk, Poland. 8 heats to go, on which the first and second place skater will qualify for the quarterfinals on Sunday. And also 2 fastest third place skaters will qualify for the main program on Sunday afternoon. So where they see the skaters on the ice for the first heat. See 5 skaters at the start. Hanna de Smet from Belgium, Chiara Betti from Italy, Sofia Konya from Hungary, Mirai Nakashima from Japan, and Hanna Sokolowska from Poland. So these 5 women will battle for the first 2 spots in this first women 1000 meter heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with Hanna de Smet leading this race from the beginning. The number 4 from the Crystal Globe standings. Third in the 1000 meter distance classification of the Crystal Globe. The fresh European champion now in second, right behind Nakashima, who's taken over the lead. Betty moving up to third. Konya now on the outside, making her move to the front of this race. Sokolowska in 5th for now. But it is Konya who's taking over the lead. So we'll see a little bit of a different tactic here in these 1000 meter women heats. Only 2 fastest third place skaters qualify for the quarterfinals. So everyone will try to be within the first 2 spots on the finish line. As it is Konya who has picked up some pace. Nakashima still in second, but there she comes, Hanna de Smet from Belgium on the outside. Great power from her on the ice as she has taken over the lead. Betty tries to move with her as they hear the bell for last lap. Betty now in second. Behind them it is Konya in third. Nakashima battling with Konya for that third spot. As it is Nakashima who moves up to third on the finish line. All that happens behind de Smet and Betty, who finishes in first and second. See Ingmar van Riel, the head coach of Team Belgium. So the replay of the action on your screen. Here it is, a move from the number 3 on my helmet, Hanna de Smet from Belgium. Making her move to the lead. Betty closely behind her on the finish line. Finishes in second. We have the final results. De Smet and Betty move on to the quarterfinals. Nakashima has to wait a few more races before she knows if her time of 1:33.996 is enough. We continue with the second heat. Kamila Stomoska from Poland, Ami Hirai from Japan, Malika Yemek from Kazakhstan, Xuan Li from China, and Rebecca Silesa Nemet from Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second heat, 1000 meters for the women. You see the early move on the outside from Yermak, taking over the lead from Lee. Stomorska in third. Hirai in fourth, now moving up. Back it is Sileta Nemeth in fifth place. Stomorska now on the outside, takes over the lead. No, she does not. She goes to second, right behind Yermak. Stomorska, number 4 from the European Championships on this distance. She now makes the move for the lead. Number 27 on her helmet. Yermak in second now. Hirai in third. Lee in fifth as she is passed by Sileta Nemeth from Hungary. Move on the inside by Hirai. Takes over that second place from Yermak as they go to the bell for the last lap for Stomorska, still leading this race. You see the close battle between the 5 women on the ice. A bit of a hiccup there in the last corner from Hirai, but she manages to stay in second as Stomorska takes the win in its first second heat. 1,000 meters for the women. Yermak in third, Sileta Nemeth in fourth. Great race by Stomorska. Number 27 on her helmet, on her home rink. She wins this heat. 1,000 meters. So we have the final results here. So Stomorska and Hirai move on to the quarterfinals. Yermak 1:34.084. A little bit slower than the first heat. As we continue with the third. Kristen Santos, Griswold, Kim Boutin, Gloria Irati, Hedvig Riedel and Rina Yamana.
Go to the start. Ready.
A very strong third heat we see here on the ice. Irati takes the early lead. Silver medalist on the 1500 meter during the European Championships. Whilst Mon Boutin now in second. Missed out on the first 4 World Cups as she made her comeback last weekend to be finals for her in Dresden. She now makes the move on the inside, takes over the lead from Irati. In third it is Santos Griswold, the number 2 from the Crystal Globe standings, the leader in the 1,000 meter Crystal Globe classification, and she makes her move on the outside. Great pace from her. She already has a gap to Kim Boutin in second, Irati in third. Yamana from Japan closely behind. Irati in fourth as they hear the bell for the last lap for Santos Griswold. Great race from her as she shows her power here on the ice in Gdansk and wins this third 1,000 meter women heat. Again, a successful qualifying day for her. Also qualified on the 1500 meter this morning. And now unofficially looked to also qualify on this 1,000 meter. See the replay from this race. Irati took the lead. She got passed by Kim Moutin. But in the end it was Kristen Santos Griswold who took an easy victory to qualify for the quarterfinals. Here are the final results. So Santos Griswold and Boutin move on to the quarterfinals together with Irati for now 1:32.628. Fastest third place time. So we continue with heat number 4 again. 5 skaters on the starting line. Karine Stoddard from the United States, Elisa Confortola from Italy, Yaning Zhang from China, Chloe Olivier from France, and Diana Mikulkalchuk from the Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this fourth heat, 1000 meters for the women. With the number 10, Karine Stoddard, 5th in the Crystal Globe standings. Fourth on the first 1000 meters last weekend in the race and won bronze on the second 1000 meters. Now we see her once again on this last 1000 meters. The World Cups of this season. Meantime, Mikulchuk is taking the lead, but now it is Stoddard who makes the move on the outside, takes over the lead. Also Zhang moves along with her. Olivier in 4th, Confortola in 5th, as she now has moved on to the 4th spot. The European champion on the 1500 meters. Tries to make a move on Olivier. Now here she goes to the 1st spot, but not for long as Olivier takes that position back. But it is Stoddard and Zhang in 1st and 2nd. As we go to the bell for the last lap for this 4th heat, 1000 meters. Olivier trying to give her best to get that fast 3rd place time, as it is Stoddard who takes the win for Zhang, Olivier, Confortola and Mikulchuk. Strong race by Stoddard here on the ice in Gdansk. Great second part of this season for her, as it looked like she gets stronger by each World Cup weekend. It's a great race by Zhang. Being on the right places at the right time in this race, ends up in 2nd. We have the final result here. It is Stoddard and Zhang move on to the quarterfinals. Olivier not fast enough on the 3rd place. We'll see her back on Sunday morning in the rapid charges 1000 meters together with Confortola and Mikulchuk. So we then continue to the 5th 1000 meter heat. See the Crystal Globe leader Jili Kim. First starting position for Maya Dora Samodi in 2nd, Gwendolyn Dede in 3rd, Katerina Buric in 4th, and Miroslava Silikova in 5th.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 5th 1000 meter heat for the women. It's Samodi. Takes the lead early in this race. Dada in second. Be finalist on the European Championships. Buried in third as they all get passed by Kim. Now is taking over the lead. The leader of the 1500 meter distance classification in the Crystal Globe. Second on the 1000 meters. Already won 7 gold medals during the World Cups this season. Definitely one of the favorites. Also during the World Championships later this year in Ahoy, Rotterdam. As it is Samodi who picks up some pace. Kim in second, Dada in third. Selukova in fourth, Buric in fifth. This Kim who picks up some pace, closes that gap to Samodi. And now makes the move on the outside to take over the lead. Also Daudet trying to make a move on the inside on Samodi. Doesn't succeed there as they hear the bell for the last lap. Kim leading, but a close battle for that second spot. It gets access to the quarterfinals. Oh, close finish there by Daudet and Samodi. And it looked like Daudet manages to put a skate just in front of Samodi. But it is an easy win for Kim. She will get to try to have a lot of points in the end of this weekend for the Crystal Globe to make sure her leading position. See the replay of the move by Kim. She took over the lead from the number 54, Samodi. Hopefully, yeah, here we get it. The replay of the finish. What a finish by the number 69, Daudet. As she crosses the line half a blade earlier than Samodi. Samodi ends up in third. Great effort by the French skater. We have the final results here. So it is Kim and Daudet. Daudet with that great effort on the finish line. Move on to the quarterfinals. So we then continue with heat number 6. Dene Blais, Suzanne Schultin, Olga Tikhonova, Svetlana Repetska and Phoebe Steens.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of heat number 6. Again, 5 women on the ice. This Repetska takes the lead. Schulting in second. Blais in third. Tikhonova in fourth. And Steens in fifth. Ooh, and a fall there in the back from Steens for women left. They will battle for the first 2 spots. So Schulting, great comeback from her last weekend. Third on the 1500 meters. Second on the second 1000 meters of that weekend. As is still Repetska leading this race. Blais now moving up to second on the inside of Schulting. Tikhonova still in fourth as Blais move on to the lead. Repetska now falling behind. Blais in first as Schulting makes a move on the outside, takes over the lead. reigning world champion on the 1500 meters, reigning Olympic champion on the 1000 meters. Picks up some pace as she hears the bell for the last lap. There's a good lead over Ble and Tikhonova. As we have the finish here for Schulting. Wins this 6th 1000 meter heat. Ble in 2nd, Tikhonova in 3rd, Repetska in 4th. See the replay here of this 6th 1000 meter heat for the women. Number 1 on her helmet, the gold helmet for Suzanne Schulting. She makes a move to the lead. 2 laps to go. Making it an easy win for her. She qualifies for the quarterfinals on Sunday. Those are also the final results. So Schulting and Ble moving on to the quarterfinals. Tikhonova, Repetska and Staines move on to the rapid charges on Sunday morning as we then continue to heat number 7. Claudia Gagnon from Canada, Ji-Doon Park from Korea, Diede van Oorschot from the Netherlands, Madina Zambuzinova from Kazakhstan and Gabija Astrakait from Lithuania.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 7th 1000 meter heat again. 5 women on the ice. Claudia Gagnon from Canada takes the lead. Van Oorschot in 2nd, Park in 3rd. Zambuzinova in 4th. Astrakait in 5th. Number 39, Park. A finalist on the 1500 meters last weekend. As she makes her move on the inside of Van Oorschot to take over that 2nd place. Gagnon still leading this race. All women battling for the first 2 spots. Still 2 fossil 3rd place skater qualifies for the quarterfinals. But if you want to be sure, definitely want to be within the first 2 places on the finish line as Gagnon increases the pace. Park still closely behind her in 2nd. Also Van Oorschot and Zambuzinova. As we see the pass on the inside from Park. Park takes over the lead. Gagnon looks behind her, sees there Van Oorschot. And as Van Oorschot tries to make a move, doesn't succeed there, almost stumbles, but she manages to stay up. As we see the win for Park, for Gagnon, Van Oorschot, Zambuzinova and Astrakait in 5th. So 1:34.77 for Van Oorschot, not fast enough to qualify for the quarterfinals as one of the fastest 3rd place skaters. So we also will see her back in the rapid charges together with Zambuzinova and Astrakait. So the replay of the finish. The Korean Ji-Doon Park. She wins this 7th heat as we then continue to heat number 8 after the final results here. So Park and Gagnon indeed qualify for the quarterfinals. We then continue to heat number 8, the last heat for the 1000 meters for the women. So John Lee from Korea, Michelle Velzenboer from the Netherlands, Wanju Liu from China, Eunice Lee from the United States, and Olivia Bobier from Poland.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with the 8th and last heat 1000 meters for the women. 5 women on the ice. It is Lee who takes the lead, but now on the outside. Here she comes. It is Velzenboer on her 500 meter heat this morning. See if she can make it 2 out of 2. Meantime, Liu moves on to the front of this race. Velzenboer second, Lee third. The other Lee from the United States in 4th, and Bobier in 5th. Velzenboer moves on to the lead. 4th place for her last weekend on the 500 meters. Just missed out on the medals. As you see the fall on the back there for Liu and Lee. Means we only have 2 skaters left in the front of this race. Velzenboer and the Korean Sojun Lee as they get a belt well for the last lap. Lee makes the move to win this race, but it doesn't matter as the first 2 skaters will qualify for the quarterfinals. So it is Lee and Velzenboer unofficially to qualify. Bobier ends up in 3rd, but the time is not fast enough. It's one of the fastest 3rd place times. We have to see what the referee will think about the action between Wanju Liu and Eunice Lee. Also see by the yellow box on the bottom left of your screen. So it was Michelle Velzenboer together with Wanju Liu who took the early lead. We'll see the action here. It is Eunice Lee tries to make a move on the outside. Looks to stick her head a little bit in front of the number 123 Wanju Liu, causing them both to fall. Therefore, it looked like the arm block. Let's see what the head referee, Mr. Alessandro Mauri from Italy, will think about that action from Eunice Lee on the Chinese. Here we have the final result. So indeed a penalty for Eunice Lee. Sojun Lee and Michelle Velzenboer moving on to the quarterfinals on Sunday afternoon. You see the replay of the action here. It is indeed the arm block in the corner for skater number 73, Eunice Lee, on Wanyu Liu from China. As they weren't skating in a qualifying position, no advancement for the Chinese skater. So then we'll move on to the men 1000 meter heats. So we earlier saw the preliminaries, but because of the amount of men skating on this distance, now we'll see the heats. All men will try to qualify via these heats for the quarterfinals on Sunday afternoon. We'll see here on the starting line the first 5 men. Kosai Hayashi, Fukunaka, Philippe Dedelin, Bram Steinhardt, and Caleb Park.
Ready.
So we have the start of the first out of 7 1000 meter heats, in which the number 1 and 2 qualify for the quarterfinals together with 3 fastest third place skaters. That's only if you don't have any advancement in all races. So if you want to be certain, you have to finish within the first 2 spots. So you already see the different tactic compared to the preliminaries earlier this morning, where we had a lot more qualifying position for the third place skaters based on time. So then tactic is a little bit different. Oh, we see the fall here from Akar. A weird fall there. So we have 4 skaters left. Hayashi leading the race. Followed by Dodelin, Park in 3rd, Steinhardt in 4th. You see the yellow box appear, where we will take a look at the action earlier in this race. So we have 2 laps to go for Hayashi. Pace now really picks up. Dodelin still in 2nd, Park in 3rd. Let's see if one of them will try to make a move. But I don't. It is Hayashi and Dodelin 1st and 2nd over the finish line. Park in 3rd. Steinhardt in 4th. That's of course unofficially here we see the bad fall of the Turkish skater. Hopefully everything is fine with him. Weird fall there. So loses his glasses. Bit of a tumble with the number 171. Philippe Dudelin from Canada. Probably also see some ice repairs. Final results, no further decisions. So Hayashi and Dodelin move on to the quarterfinals. Park has to wait for the next couple of races if his time is enough. We continue with heat number 2. It is Adil Galiameto from Kazakhstan, Brandon Curry from Australia, Tristan Navarro from France, Ole Handai from the Ukraine, and Peter Richards from Great Britain.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second 1000 meters for the man, with Corey takes the lead. Galikmetov now trying to make a move. The bronze medal winner on the second 1,000 meters last weekend in Dresden. But as they battle for the leading position, it was Navarro who took over, but now it is Corey in the lead. Navarro second, Galikmetov in third, Riches in fourth, and Handai in fifth place. Not for long as Navarro has taken over the lead once again. Corey looks behind to see where Galikmetov is positioning himself. Navarro still leading the race. Galikmetov now getting to the back. Handai, difficult corner for him. So you have 4 skaters left in the front of this race. Navarro still leading. Very strong race from the Frenchman as he hears the bell for the last lap in this second 1,000 meter heat. Corey looks behind, manages to keep his second place on the finish line. Richards in third, Galikmetov in fourth, but it was Navarro with the lead from the third lap all the way to the finish line. A very strong race from the Frenchman. See the replay here, the close battle for the lead early in this second 1,000 meter heat. It was a difficult corner from the number 71, Ole Handai. Just manages to stay upward. All of that happens in the back as Navarro takes on to win this second heat. Here with the final result, so it is indeed a penalty for Peter Riches. Which we see the replay here. End of straight, illegal late pass by the number 70. Causing the bad corner of the Ukrainian skater Ole Handai. As we then move on to the third 1,000 meter. Pascal Dion, Seungwoo Jang, Balas Bontovic, Marcus Howard and Boho Zhang. See them on the starting line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this third heat. Again, 5 skaters as we see the number 26, Seungwoo Jang. Silver medalist on the second 1,000 meters last weekend in Dresden. She takes on the lead for Dion. The finalist on the 1500 meter last weekend. She makes the effort to take over the leading position. So Dion in first, Yang in second, Bontovic in third, Zhang in fourth. Howard, difficult corner early in the race. Tries to make up the gap to the front 4 skaters. Oh, and a fall there for Dion. That means that we have 3 skaters in the front left. Howard looks like he gets closer by the lap. It will be enough towards the end of this race. 3 laps to go. Yang still in the lead. Bontovic in second. Zhang in third. They will battle for the first 2 spots in this third 1,000 meter heat for the men. Through the bell for the last lap for Yang. Still leading, but right behind him it is Bontovic. And the finish. It is the win for Young. Bontovic in second. Zhang in third. Howard in fourth. And Dion, unfortunately, with that fall in fifth place. So let's see the replay here. There we see the difficult corner from Howard. He looks behind, trying to close the gap after that. Here it is. Dion falling all on its own, it looked like. Looked like his left skate just went out of his way there. Really weird fall there from Dion. As it is Yang from Korea moving on to take the win on the finish line for Bontovic and Zhang. That's also the final result. So Yang and Bontovic move on to the quarterfinals. Fastest third place time now for Zhang, as we then continue with heat number 4. Gunwoo Kim, Daniel Yoon, Keita Watanabe, Linus Reinis Leson and Luca Speckenhauser.
Ready.
Start of heat number 4, 1000 meters for the men. Kim taking the early lead. Already qualified on the 1500 meters this morning. Bronze medal winner on the 1500 meters last weekend in Dresden. Yoon gets pushed outside by Watanabe. Watanabe now in second. Yoon still close to the others, but he is in 5th position. Will have to make some moves in order to qualify for the quarterfinals. Leson in 3rd, Speckenhauser in 4th. Speckenhauser 3rd in the Crystal Globe standings on this distance, makes his move here to the 3rd spot, right behind Kim and Watanabe. Also Yoon moving up a place to 4th. Oh, and a fall there from Watanabe and Speckenhauser. It looked like they fell over a block, and that means that Yoon, the American, can finish in 2nd after that difficult start of this race. Of course, no problems for Kim. He starts this race from the lead and ends it in 1st. Leson in the end in 3rd, 1:30.43. The replay of the move here by the number 45 Watanabe on Yoon. We saw the yellow box appear on the screen. Referee looking back at the action. Here the fall on the block by Watanabe. Just catches below his right skate actually. As he goes down, Speckenhauser can't go anywhere. As they both go down. which clears the path for Yoon to end up in second. Speckenhauser waiting for the final decision of the referee. Very important for him to qualify for the quarterfinals to get some points for the Crystal Globe classification. And we have the final result. So it is an advancement for Luca Speckenhauser to the quarterfinals together with Kim and Yoon. We'll see him back on Sunday afternoon as we then continue with heat number 5. Jiwon Park, Theo Collins, Shoko Miyata, Sinyu Lee, and Thomas Nadalini.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 5th 1000 meter. Everybody looking at the number 1 Jiwon Park from Korea, the Crystal Globe leader. Leader on the classification for this distance, the 1000 meters. As Miyata makes his move on the inside, takes over the lead from Lee. Park in 3rd, Collins in 4th. And Nadalini in 5th place for now. Collins, great result a month ago on the European Championships here in Gdansk. Also on the 1000 meters. Made it all the way to the A final. In the end became 6th in that A final. As you see, Miyata picking up some pace. Lee closely behind him. But now it is Kim from the first spot, making his move on the outside, takes over the lead. What a great move by him. Also Nadalini from Italy, as we see Collins go down in the back. Nadalini tries to make it on the outside, now on the inside of Miyata. Takes the 2nd place right behind Park, but we see the yellow box appear for the action between Nadalini and Miyata. Numbers 2 and 3 in this race. Lee in 4th. Unfortunately, the fall in the back for Collins. We'll see the replay of the action in heat number 5. Collins in the back there goes down. As it is an easy win for Kim. Move for the number 50. From Italy, Nadalini on Miyata. We have the final result, so no penalties there. Park and Nadalini move on to the quarterfinals. Miyata from Japan, one of the fastest third place skaters for now. As we have 2 heats left in this 1000 meter. Next heat, Friso Emons, Yaku Balan Shamukanov, Robert Skoesbergs, Maxime Louin and Peter Yezapati.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with this 6th heat, 1000 meters for the man. It is Friso Emons, number 14 on his helmet. Takes the early lead for Shamukanov in 2nd, Louin in 3rd, Kroesbergs in 4th and Yazapati in 5th. What a battle it will be on the ice here for this 6th heat. Emons, the silver medalist on the European Championships. Kroesbergs, number 4 in that A final. Also Kroesbergs together with Shamukanov from Kazakhstan in the B final. 1500 meter last weekend in Dresden as Lau takes the lead, picks up some pace. Shamukanov from Kazakhstan in 2nd, but Emons now makes his move on the inside, takes over that 2nd spot. Kroesbergs with a lot of speed from 4th position, now tries to go on the outside of Shamukanov. As they hear the bell for the last lap. Is Kroesbergs fast enough to make his move in the last lap? No, it is Friso Emons on the inside. Takes over the lead. Great win by Emons and a good move from him in that last lap on Lau from Canada. Kroesbergs in 3rd. Had to close the gap with 3 laps to go. Didn't have enough power in the end to make a move for the 2nd place. Let's see the replay here. So the early lead for Shamukanov as he gets passed by Lau from Canada. In the final lap it is Emons who takes the lead. Kroesbergs just misses out on the finish line. Those are also the final results. Kroesbergs, one of the fastest 3rd place time for now, 1:27.668. As he will have to wait for one more race to know if that's enough to qualify for the quarterfinals. He will maybe move on with Emons and Lau from Canada. The quarterfinals on Sunday, as we then move on to the last 1000 meter heat for the man. Daan Kos, Niall Tracy, Mattia Antonioli, Nita Thomas and Dominic Anderman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Already fall here early in this last 1000 meter heat. Falls for Niall Tracy means that we have 4 skaters left. It is the Dutchman Daan Kos who takes the early lead. We also saw last weekend on the 1000 meters. Takes the early lead sets the pace high, so nobody can pass him towards the end of the race. Now it's a bit different. Antonelli takes over the lead, but not for long. As you see the effort from Dan Kos to move to the front of this race. Thomas in third, Anderman in fourth. All 4 skaters still close together with 4 laps to go in this last 1000 meter heat. Thomas making his move to take over the second place right behind Dan Kos. Anderman has to let the first 3 skaters go as we're developed over the last lap. Antonelli trying to set up a pass, here it comes on the inside. Takes back that second place, but all of that happens right behind Dan Kos, who takes the win in this last 1000 meter heat. Only his second World Cup this weekend. He's very strong, as we already saw last weekend. See the replay here of this last heat. This is Dan Kos who sets the pace. The early fall there from Niall Tracy. Nothing to do with any others, look like. As it is the move from Antonelli on the inside in the last lap. In order to take back that second place. It gives access to the quarterfinals. Here we have the final results, no further action. Kos and Antonelli move on to the quarterfinals. We'll then resurface the ice. And get prepared for the shortest distance of this weekend, the distance that will be skated twice. The 500 meters. We start after the short ice break with the 500 meter, the second 500 meter of this weekend's the men preliminaries. In about 15 minutes. So stay tuned. Hopefully see you back in about 15 minutes for the 500 meter men preliminaries. So we're back for the second 500 meters of this weekend. So this morning we had the qualifying preliminaries and heats for the first 500 meters. We'll now have the preliminaries for the second 500 meter, the preliminaries for the men. 10 races to go. Numbers 1 and 2 of each race will qualify for the heats, together with 10 fastest third place skaters. As we will see the leader of the Crystal Globe on the 500 meters. Already in the first heat, Jordan Pierre-Gilles from Canada. Then Tibor from Hungary, second starter position for him. Radek Fajkus from the Czech Republic, on Rio from Singapore. And Toprak Erglu from Turkey also in this first heat. Here we see number 22 on his helmet. Also won his heat this morning on the first 500 meters. He will try to get as much points as possible to keep the third spot on the 500 meter Crystal Globe classification. Before we start, we have a small repair of the ice by the track stewards here in Gdansk.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this first preliminary heat, 500 meters for the men. It is Jordan Pierre-Gilles takes the early lead. Silver medal winner, 500 meter last weekend in Dresden. Number 5 on the Crystal Globe standings. For now, Fajkus in second, Tibor in third as he makes his move on the inside of Fajkus. Erglu in fourth, Rio in fifth. We heard the bell for the last lap for Pierre-Gilles as he wins this first preliminary heat. Tibor in second, Fajkus in third. Erglu in fourth and Rio in fifth. 42.236, that's the time for Pierre-Gilles. Not as fast as last weekend in Dresden. It's a little bit more difficult here in Gdansk, a little bit slower than Dresden. Dresden, one of the faster ice rinks in the World Cup circuit this season. So the easy win for Jordan Pierre-Gilles as he moves on together with Tibor to the heats. This second 500 meter of this weekend. Fajkus now one of the fastest third place skaters as we only have one race skated. Here the starting list for the second preliminary. Piotr Stigel, Mirza Saksibayev, Nico Anderman, Karl Ross Waddle and Jonathan So. See them on the starting line for this second preliminary heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away for this second preliminary heat. Sigel takes the lead. Saksibayev in second. Roswaddle in third. Roswaddle also managed to get to the main tournament this morning on the 500 meter. Try to do the same on this second 500 meter. Sigel, European champion a month ago here, also on the ice of Gdansk, leads this race for Saxybayev. To the left corner they go, it is Sigel who wins second preliminary heat. Saxybayev in second, was Waddle in third, So in fourth and Andaman in fifth. Easy win by Sigel. With a false start in the quarterfinals last weekend in Dresden, 500 meters. As he now moves on to the heats together with Saxybayev and Rolls Waddle on third place. We move on to preliminary heat number 3. Diane Cellier from Poland, Tim Boer from the Netherlands, Maxim Maximov from Bulgaria, Tianji Zhang from China, and Miodrag Popovic from Serbia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this third preliminary heat. It is Cellier from that first starting position. Moves on to take the lead early in the race. Boer in second, Zhang in third. Boer, we saw him fall earlier today. As you see, Maximov in for Popovic goes down in the back. Boer has closed the gap to Cellier. Now makes his move on the inside, takes over the lead. As we hear the bell for the last lap for Boer. Closely followed by Cellier and also Zhang. Managed to close that gap. But it is Boer who takes the win in this third preliminary heat for Cellier. Zhang, Popovic in 4 and Maximov in 5th. A good revenge of Teun Boer after his fall this morning. Finishes this preliminary heat and obviously moves on to second 500 meter heats. This is also the final result. So Boer and Cellier move on to the heats. Also Zhang, one of the faster third place skaters for now. So just wait for the next couple of races as we then continue to the fourth heat. The second 500 meters for the men. Denis Nikisha from Kazakhstan, Itzhak Delat from the Netherlands, Ivan Donchev from Bulgaria, Lucas Warren from Australia, and Farrell Tracy from Great Britain. Again, 5 skaters on the starting line competing for the first 2 spots in this fourth heat. 500 meters for the men.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with this fourth 500 meter. It is Dennis Nikisha, the number 11 on his helmet. He's taking the early lead. Last weekend very good on the 500 meter. Looked like he won the A final, but in the end he made an illegal move as we see two skaters go down, Tracy and Don Jeff. And the race has been called off. Australian coach taking a look at the skates of Warham. As we saw the fall of Donchev and Tracy. Tracy holding on to his knee. Hopefully he's fine. The doctors will take a look at him. Here we see the replay of the fall. Actually, both of them are falling on their own, but exactly at the same time. Very unfortunate fall here. As Donchev almost gets crushed by the boarding. You see Tracy getting checked by the doctors on the ice. So for those that just joined, welcome to the live stream of this second part of qualifying. Fortunately, we are waiting for the doctors on the ice to treat Farrell Tracy. Unfortunately, he fell together with Donchev. Not by any actions in the corner. Both fell by themselves, but unfortunately Tracy doesn't feel right, so he gets checked by the doctors. Have to be taken off the ice before we can restart this fourth preliminary heat for the 500 meters. So we see that Tracy is off the ice, getting treated by the doctors just aside of the ice rink. Hopefully everything is fine with him. We will then shortly restart this fourth 500 meter heat. Going with Nikisha Delat, Donchev and Warham. That's the whistle. That means that we will restart this fourth preliminary heat. 500 meters for the men.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's the restart of this fourth preliminary heat. 500 meters for the man Dennis Nikisha. Takes again the early lead, followed by Isaac Dalat. Donjev in third, Warham in fourth. Unfortunately, we've started without Tracy. So that bad fall together with Donjev. Donjev goes down again. So 3 skaters left. Nikisha and Dalat. Big lead over Warham. We have heard the bell for the last lap for Nikisha. Still a great result for him. Wins this fourth heat after that long time on the ice. Legs getting cold. The last in second, Warham in third. To see the number 84 Donchev going down. And the finish for Nikisha right before Dalat. So hopefully everything will be fine with Tracy as we have these final results here. Nikisha and Dalat moving on to the heats. We then continue with the fifth preliminary heat on the ice. Felix Roussel from Canada, Andrew Heo from the USA, Sebastian Lepap from France, Murat Tatashi from Turkey, and Tariq Amraj from Bosnia and Herzegovina, starting from fifth.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this fifth preliminary heat, and we already saw a fall in the first straight of Tatashi. So we have 4 skaters left. It is Roussel in the lead for AO. Lepap in third. Mrazic in fourth for now. So only the first 2 will qualify directly for the heats. 10 faster third place skaters also qualify as we're the bell for the last lap for Roussel. AO still close behind him. Lepap making the effort for the finishing time, 42.1 for him. Omrazic in fourth. So that means that we are halfway these preliminary 500 meter heats. See the replay of the start, the fall for the number 134 Tatashi right at the start, and the finish here for Roussel that wins this fifth preliminary heat. Those are also the final results. So Roussel and AO moving on to the heats. Pop, one of the fastest third place skaters for now, as we then continue to the sixth preliminary heat. Quentin Vercock from France, Jingmoon Lee from Korea, Adriaan de Wachter from Belgium, Andrea Casinelli from Italy, and Wesley Park from the United States. See Quentin Vercock, the number 30 on his helmet, the finalist. last weekend on the 500 meters. Won that B final in Dresden.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 6th preliminary heat. It is Verkok who takes the early lead for Lee, De Wachter, Cassinelli and Park. First three skaters still close together. Lee looking for the pass. The pass on the inside here. We see it. Takes over the lead from Verkok. De Wachter also tries to make a move on the inside. But Verkok sees that defense as they hear the bell for the last lap. And it is the win for Lee, for Verkok. De Wachter in 3rd. Cassinelli in 4th. In the end, it is number 81, Wesley Park, in 5th place. Great move by the Korean Lee on Verkok to take over the lead. Let's see the replay of the start here. And the move on the inside from Lee. Bronze medal winner on the 1000 meters during the 2nd World Cup this season in Montreal. She doubled there by De Wachter on the finish line, as he manages to become 3rd in this 6th preliminary heat after Lee and Verkok that move on to the heats. With second one again, 5 skaters on the ice. Stein, De Smet, Mikael Niwiński, Danilo Fedorenko, Hiroki Yokoyama, Maris Yanis Stamanic.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're a great start by Stein De Smet from Belgium. Niwiński in 2nd. Yokoyama in 3rd. First 3 skaters still close together. Behind them, Sermanis. Let's leave a little bit of a gap there. Also Fedorenko in 5th as he makes the pass to the 4th spot. But we look to the front 3 skaters. Stein De Smet still leading this race. Niwiński now makes the move on the inside as he gets cheered on by his home crowd. Takes over the lead from De Smet. Yokoyama in 3rd. But it is Niwiński who takes the win in this 7th preliminary heat for De Smet and Yokoyama. Fedorenko finishes in 4th. Stamanis in 5th place. See the great start by the bronze medal winner on the Europeans on the 500 meters. Stein De Smet gets passed here by Polish skater Niwiński on the inside as he manages to win this 7th preliminary heat. And that's a final. Niwiński and De Smet moving on to the heats together with Yokoyama. As we continue with heat number 8, Steven Dubois, Tae-Sung Kim, Gleb Ivchenko, Sinse Zhang and Yaroslav Morozov on the 5th starting position. Steven Dubois, 2nd in the Crystal Globe standings. 2nd in the 1000 meter Crystal Globe distance classification.
Go to the start. Ready.
Race has been called off as the track stewards will take a look at the ice right in the corner entry. We'll see here some blades that touch each other. Between Steven Dubois and Tae-Sung Kim. We will see the blade change for both skaters. See the piece of blade missing on the blades from the Korean skater. As they are changed now for new ones. Also a new blade here for Steven Dubois. Be sure that the blades are completely sharp. There we see the left blade of the Korean.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the restart is good of this 8th preliminary heat. 500 meters for the men. Great start by Dubois. Kim in second, Ivchenko in third, Zhang in fourth, Morozov in fifth. What a fall there from Ivchenko and Zhang. Dubois and Kim, numbers 1 and 2 in this race, close. Racing there, Morozov now in third as they hear the bell for the last lap. And we see the yellow box on the screen for that action between Ivchenko and Zhang. Well, Kim has made his move on the inside, takes the win in this 8th preliminary heat for Dubois and Morozov. See the replay of the action here. The good start of Dubois. Now completely in front of the Korean. Here the action between the Chinese. Zhang and Ivchenko from Kazakhstan. As they both go down. Great move in the last lap by Kim. Also we're looking for 1.5 lap to make his move. Did have just enough time to make it happen. As the referee will take a look at the move from Ivchenko on Zhang. Here we see the move from Ivchenko on Zhang. Looks like he makes the move to the inside. Torfi is looking at the outside to inside infringement for the number 151. With the final result, it is indeed a penalty for Ivchenko. Further, no action, so Kim and Dubois move on to the heats. So we'll see the replay here. It is the lane change from outside to in for number 151, Gleb Ivchenko from Kazakhstan. As Zhang wasn't in a qualifying position, he doesn't get an advancement as we then continue to heat number 9, Lukas Kuzinski, Kazuka Yoshinaga,
Go to the start.
Martin Kolinch, Jonathan Moody and Etienne Bassier.
Get back. Get back. Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 9th preliminary heat. It is Kuzinski. Takes the lead early in this race. The finalist on last year's World Championships. Followed by Yoshinaga, Kolench, Moody and Bastier. It is Bastier. Has to close a bit of gap there as Yoshinaga making his move to take over the lead from Kuzinski. Kolench also closing that gap in the last lap. Can he make his move? He just misses out as Yoshinaga takes the win for Kuzinski, Kolench, Moody and Bassier. There we see the move of Yoshinaga on the inside of Kuzinski, taking over the lead. The close finish between Kuzinski and Kolench. There's also the final results. So Yoshinaga and Kuzinski move on to the heats together with Kolench. One of the faster third place skaters. We then continue with the 10th and last 500 meter men preliminary heats. Jira Seo from Korea, Kai Huisman from the Netherlands, Lucas McDonald from New Zealand, Kun Lee from China and Daniel Begin from the Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away with this last 500 meter preliminary heat. It is Gira Seo with the great lead early in this race. Silver medalist from the 4th World Cup in Seoul on this distance. Made it to the B final last weekend on the 500 meters. In second it is Huisman, followed by Lee closely behind him as Huisman tries to make a move on the inside of Seo. That will be reviewed by the head referee later on. Lee can move up to the lead. Huisman still in second, Seo in third. Can Seo make his move in the last corner? He can. It is Lee, Huisman, Seo, McDonald in fourth and Beijing in fifth. But those are unofficial as the head referee will take a look at the action between Huisman and Seo. Here saw the great start from Seo. This is the pass here by Huisman on Seo. Close racing there. As both managed to stay up. In the end, the finish by Lee winning this last preliminary 500 meter. There we have the result. It is a penalty for Huisman. That means that Lee and Seo move on to the heats together with McDonald as one of the fastest third place skaters. Then we'll get the replay of the action from Huisman on Seo. The end of straight illegal late pass from the number 38 on Seo. That concludes all preliminary heats for the men. We'll now resurface the ice and continue in about 10 minutes. So a short break before we continue with the 500 meters, second 500 meters of this weekend, the women heats. So stay tuned, grab a cup of coffee, and hopefully we'll see you back in about 10 minutes for the women's 500 meter heats. So here we go, a short break between the preliminary 500 meters for the men and the 500 meters for the women heats. We already see the first skaters coming onto the ice for the first heat. Women 500 meters. Selma Pauwsma from the Netherlands, Kudi Sero from Canada, Elizaveta Sidoko from Ukraine, Una Willett from United States, and Holly Holland from Great Britain. This is number 17, Selma Pauwsma, skating the 500 meter twice this weekend. Second in the Crystal Globe standings. The distance standings for the 500 meters. Right behind her teammate Sandra Velsboer. Sandra Velsboer only skating the first 500 meter. Excuse me, the second 500 meter. First distance for her is the 1500 meter. We now start with this first 500 meter heat. Second 500 meter of this weekend.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's the start of this first heat. Again, the very fast start from Poutsma. That's her strongest point. First 1.5 laps almost goes down there. Just manages to stay up. Sarro in second, Sidoko in third. So Poutsma sixth in the Crystal Globe standings. Sarro 10th in the overall Crystal Globe standings. Got a penalty on the first 500 meter this morning. She now tries to defend against Sidoko, but it is Poutsma who takes the win in this first 500 meter for Sarro, Sidoko, Holland and Willett. See the replay of the fast start of Selma Poutsma, bronze medalist. The European Championships 1 month ago, also here in Gdansk. Bronze medal winner from last year's World Championships. She will, together with the other Dutch skaters, are preparing for the World Championships in about 3 weeks in Ahoy, Rotterdam. You see here Sarro and Poutsma moving on to the quarterfinals. We then continue with the second 500 meter women heat. Women Seo Julie Litta, Valentina Azic and Barbara Somoji.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second 500 meter heat for women on the ice. It is women Seo from Korea who takes the lead. Number 7 from the Crystal Globe standings. By 5 from the United States in second. Aziz in third. Somoji in fourth. Seo, here's the bell for the last lap. We also saw her last weekend. The B final on the 500 meters in Dresden. As she takes the win in this second heat for Letai, Azic and Somoji. As numbers 1 and 2 of each race will qualify for the quarterfinals together with 4 fastest third place skaters. See the replay of this second 500 meter heat. Seo leading from the beginning. Finishing in first place. Those are also the final results. So Seo and Letai moving on to the quarterfinals. Azic 44.895. A little bit slower than the first heat as we then continue with heat number 3. And we'll see the reigning world and European champion on the ice. Xandra Velsboer from the Netherlands. Ayana Valispino from Italy. Aurélie Levic from France. Jiru Song from China. Rika Kanar from Japan also in this third 500 meter heat.
Go to the start. Move back, please. body over the dot. Go to the start. Ready.
And the race has been called back. It was the fall from the French skater Aurélie Levic. First corner. See the replay here. Looking to first starting position, Levic going down. Blades getting changed for French skater Aurélie Levic after the fall at the start of this third 500 meter heat. So we'll see a change of blades for the Italian skater Arianna Volchepina, number 32 on her helmet.
Go to the start. Ready.
This time we are to the first corner. That means that we've started with heat number 3. Third heat for the 500 meter for the women. It is a fast start for Veldseboer. Saw teammate Poutsma in the first heat. Now it's Veldseboer starting from that first starting position. Already has a big lead over Volchepina and Song. Song now trying to make a move on the outside and succeeds. She takes over that second place. Levic in the back trying to make a move for the first spot in this race. She's already heard the bell for Sandra Veldseboer as she easily wins this third 500 meter heat. Song second, Volchepina in third, Levic in fourth and Kanai in fifth. Veldseboer, one of the only skaters in the World Cup field that has managed to reach all A finals up until this World Cup this season. Quite an incredible season for her. The reigning world and European champion on this distance. Leader of the Crystal Globe classification on the 500 meters. She will try to win that classification via this 500 meter that will be skated on Sunday. So she qualifies for the quarterfinals together with Song. And here are the official results. So Veldseboer and Song move on together with Volchepina now one of the fastest third place times. Move on to heat number 4. Renee Marie Stange, Suki Shim, Essetov, Annabelle Green and Uliana Dubova.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this fourth 500 meter heat. We see Stange leads the race for Shim, Green, Tough and Dubrova. One Korean, number 6 on her helmet, number 9 in the Crystal Globe standings. Makes a move now on the inside to take over the lead from the Canadian. Stage now in second. We also see the battle for third place in this race. It is Toth on the inside. Now moves on to the third spot. And we have to finish for Shim in first. Stage in second. Toth in third. Dubrova in fourth and Green in fifth place. Need to win there for Saki Shim from Korea. She manages to qualify for the quarterfinals. Makes a pass early in the race on Green. 1.5 laps. Also passes Stage from Canada. We have the final result. So it is Shim and Stage moving on to the quarterfinals officially. Toth, one of the faster third place skaters. We then move on to heat number 5. Yara van Kerkhoff, Gabriele Topolska, Sarah Luka Bakskay and Aliona Volkovitskaya. Fourth start position. Sure, I saw Sarah Luka Bakskay from Hungary not starting. Means we only have 3 skaters in this fifth 500 meter heat.
Go to the start. Move back, please.
So a little bit of a delay here for the start of this fifth 500 meter heat. As you see, Yara van Kerkhoff, the number 12 on her helmet. Winner of the B final during last month's European Championships. Made it to the A final during the third World Cup this season. World Cup in Beijing. Ended up in 5th place. For the member of the Dutch relay team. Both the mixed and the women relay team.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's the start of heat number 5. So only 3 women on the ice. It's Sarah Luka Bakskar from Hungary. Did not start. This Yara van Kerkhoff started from the 3rd starting position. Taking the lead in this race. Topolska in 2nd. Volkovitskaya in 3rd. So we go to the bell for the last lap for Van Kerkhoff. Topolska now on the inside, makes a move, takes over the lead. As you see the close finish here, it is Topolska who wins this 5th heat for Yara van Kerkhoff. Volkovitskaya in 3rd. A replay of the start of heat number 5. Yara van Kerkhoff leading the race up until the last lap. When Topolska makes a move on the inside, takes over the lead. Here we see the final results. So Topolska and Van Kerkhoff moving on to the quarterfinals. Volkovitskaya, one of the fastest third place skaters. So we continue with the 6th 500-meter women heat. Jiwon Park from Korea. Yuzhnyaya Adamenko from the Ukraine. Ariana Sigeta from Italy. And Ki Kurokawa from Japan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this 6th heat, 500 meters. Jiwon Park from Korea takes the lead. Sigel, great start from her as well. Billy moves on to the 2nd place right behind Park. Kurokawa from Japan in 3rd. Adamenko now in 4th. First 3 skaters still close together. This Sigel be finalist in the European Championships. Also here in Gdansk. For the bell for the last lap for Park. Sigel is getting some defensive blinds against Kurokawa, but it is Park. Together with Sigel, who will move on to the quarterfinals. Kurokawa. Just wait if her time is fast enough to also qualify. To see the replay of the action. Replay of the start here, the number 85, Jiwon Park. Taking the lead early in the race. And ends up keeping it until the finish line. It came pretty close actually between Park and Sigel. But it is Park and Sigel that move on to the quarterfinals together with Kurokawa. One of the fastest third place skaters. But she still has to wait one more race as we continue to the last race for the women 500 meter heats. Ricky Dowak from Canada, Jana Khan from Kazakhstan, Tineke Dendulk from Belgium, Krelutula Betulka from Mongolia, and Yifa Song from China.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're away for this 7th and last 500 meter heat. It is Ricky Dowak who takes the lead. Also qualified for the main program this morning. Also only 500 meters. First 500 meters of this weekend. Number 4 from last year's World Championships. 500 meters. Did already won once this distance during the World Cups this season. As she gets the bell. What looks like an easy win for her. Khan in 2nd, Sung in 3rd. This is a close finish between them, but Dowak wins this 7th and last 500 meter heat as Khan and Sung go down on the finish line. Then Dowak ends up in 4th, Badulka in 5th. To see the replay of the start. Great start from Dowak immediately. Making sure she had a bit of a gap there to number 2 and number 3 in the race. This is the close finish between Khan and Song. As the tangle with their skates both go down. Here we have the final results. So Doak and Khan together with Song as one of the fastest third place skaters qualify for the quarterfinals. Will be skated on Sunday afternoon. We will then continue with the men 500 meter heats. Start with the first heat. Jongmin Lee from Korea, Jordan Pierre-Gilles from Canada, Lukas Kuzinski from Poland, Itzhak Delaat from the Netherlands, and Yaroslav Morozov from the Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the race has been called off because of the fall from Jordan Pierre-Gilles together with Morozov. Here we see the replay. Jordan Pierre falling. Taking with him Morozov. He goes down by himself, it looked like.
Go to the start. Ready.
And that's the restart of this first 500 meter heat for the man. And it is Delaat that goes down right at the beginning of this first heat. Kuzinski, great start from him. Pierre-Gilles in second after his tumble in the first start. So this restart is great for him. Lee now trying to close that gap to the front two skaters. Morozov in fourth. We're the bell for Kuzinski. Pierre-Gilles trying if he can make a move on the finish line. He tries, but it is Kuzinski who wins this 500 meter heat. A lot of action early in this race. You can see the replay here. Great start from Kuzinski. Pierre Gilles trying to get some speed there as we see De Laat together with Lee battling it out for the right of way in that second corner. As it is the finish here from Kuzinski. Close finish between him and Pierre Gilles. You see the yellow box on the screen. That means that we had a referee, Mr. Alessandro Mauri. We'll have a look at the action in this race. See the replay of the action between De Laat and Lee. Here we have the final results. Kuzinski and Pierre Gilles move on to the quarterfinals. Lee now one of the fastest third place skaters. See the action here. This is shared responsibility between Isaac De Laat from the Netherlands, number 23, and number 127 from Korea, the Yongming Lee. We move on to the second heat, 500 meters for the men. Again, 5 skaters on the ice. Miguel Niewinski from Poland, Quentin Verkok from France, Denis Nikisha from Kazakhstan, Jira Seo from Korea, and Lucas McDonald from New Zealand.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of the second 500 meter heat, and we are to the first corner. It is Niewinski who takes the early lead, starting from the first starting position. Bad corner there from Quentin Verkok. Immediately loses out on 2 places as Nikisha moves on to second. Seo now in third. Tries to make his move on the inside on Nikisha. Doesn't succeed. First 2 skaters still close together. Verkok and McDonald all the way in the back. We hear the bell for Niewinski. That corner for him. That means that Seo can try to make his move on Nikisha. And he does. It is Niewinski who wins this second heat. Seo with that outside move to the last corner finishes in second. Right before Nikisha. The 41.8 is faster than the first heat. Nikisha still isn't sure, but chances are good as we have 6 fastest third place skaters that also qualify for the quarterfinals. See the close finish here. It is Seo just a little bit before Nikisha over the finish line. So those are also the final results. So Niewinski and Seo move on to the quarterfinals. So we then continue with the third heat. 500 meters for the men. Teun Boer from the Netherlands, Andrew Eo from the United States, Mezet Saksibaya from Kazakhstan, Sebastian Lapap from France, and Martin Kolenc from Croatia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Race has been called off, and there we see on the left skate, almost no blade left on the skate of AO. That means that we will have a short delay as his blade will have to be replaced. Probably also the skate of Teun Boer, the number 34 from the Netherlands. Will be checked after. There we see the big piece missing off the blade. Once again, the replay, there it is, the big piece of blade. It breaks off. So here we go, the restart of this third 500 meter heat for the man.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now we're away with this third 500 meter heat. It is Boer leading the race for AO. Zaksibayev, Lipap and Kolench. Kolench in the back. Giving up 4 skaters left in this third heat. Boer still leading, setting the pace in the front of the pack. AO in second, trying to hold on together with Zaksibayev as they hear the bell for the last lap. Zaksibayev, can he make a move in the last lap? As Teun Boer crosses the finish line in first, AO in second, Zaksibayev in third, and Lepap in fourth. See the replay of the start. Teun Boer. He gets to the front early in this race. Finishes in first, AO. Right behind him, the number 65. With that new blade on his left skate. Finishes in second. That's also the final result. So Boer and AO moving on to the quarterfinals. So we then continue with the fourth 500 meter heat. Felix Roussel, Stijn de Smet, Karl Roswaddle, Radek Fikus and Koen Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
Bit of a tumble there by Stijn de Smet, the Belgian skater. Let's have a look what happened there. Looks to be doing it on his own. Yeah, looks to be doing it on his own. Because he's also in the way for the other skaters. The race has been called off. We will get a restart.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now we're away with this fourth heat, 500 meters for the man. Roussel in first, closely followed by de Smet. Boswaddle in third. Lee in fourth, Ficus in fifth place for now. Numbers 1 and 2 qualify for the quarterfinals together with 6 fastest third place skaters. Number 7 and number 8 from the Crystal Globe standings, battling it out on the ice here in Gdansk. As it is de Smet, according to the timing sheet, that takes the win. Roussel in second. Boswaddle in third, Lee in fourth, and Ficus in fifth place. Great start there from the number 55, Lee. Picking up a place at the start, but it wasn't enough to battle with the first 3 skaters in the end. As you see clearly here, it is Roussel that takes the win in this fourth 500 meter heat for de Smet. There's also the final result. So Roussel and de Smet together probably with Boswaddle moving on to the quarterfinals. We then continue with heat number 5, Taesun Kim from Korea, Tianyi Zhang from China, Kazuki Yoshinaga from Japan, Daniele Tibosh from Hungary, and Lucas Raram from Australia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of the fifth 500 meter man heat. This the Korean Kim takes the lead. Zhang in second. Yoshinaga, the A finalist last weekend on the 1500 meter in Dresden, now in third. Tibosh in fourth. Raram in fifth place. Zhang closed the gap to Kim. All four skaters coming back together. Oh, and a fall there from our race leader, Kim. He said Zhang is taking over the lead. Yoshinaga looks behind, sees where Tibosh is, but it is Zhang who takes the win after the fall from Kim. Yoshinaga in second, Tibosh in third. Gorham in fourth place. We'll see the replay of the action here. The great start of the number 5, Taesung Kim. Looks like his boot touches the ice. With left boot, yes, right there as he goes down. Well in the lead. Very unfortunate for him, as Zhang takes over the lead and wins this race. We will then continue with the 6th and last individual race of today. The 6th 500-meter heat for the man. We have Zhang and Yoshinaga moving on to the quarterfinals. Here we have the final 5 skaters for the individual qualification of today. Pietro Sigel, Diane Cellier, Steven Dubois, Hiroki Yokoyama and Adriaan de Wachter.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's the start. Great start there from Steven Dubois, all the way from third starting position. Oh, there's a big gap there over Pietro Sigel. Oh, and a fall there from Yokoyama. As Dubois moves along, Sigel in second, De Wachter in third, Cellier in fourth. With a big lead from both Dubois and Sigel. As we hear the bell for the last lap for the Canadian. And the finish, it is Dubois in first. Sigel in second, European champion on this distance. Cellier in third, De Wachter in fourth. And for the wiffle fall, Yokoyama ends up in 5th place. The referee will take a look at the action. I think it was in the back, as we see the very fast start here from Dubois. Here it is on the inside. Cellier trying to make his move early in this race on Yokoyama. As Yokoyama goes down. Then these two are already way ahead. Dubois and Sigel. This is also very close here by De Wachter and Cellier. Video referee is still looking back at the action in that last 500-meter heat. Here we have the final results, so no further action. Dubois and Sigel together with Cellier move on to the quarterfinals. De Wachtere and Yokoyama, see them back Sunday morning on the rapid charge races. We will then resurface the ice, a complete resurface of the ice. These were the final single distances of this qualifying day. I'll shortly move on with the women and men relay. First, the quarterfinals for the women's relay, 3,000 meters. 3 races on the program after the ice break. So we'll see you back in about 10 minutes for the women 3,000 meter relay. Here we go, the 3,000 meter relay women quarterfinals. Starting with the first quarterfinal, 4 teams on the ice. It's Team Korea, Team the United States, Team Japan and Team Kazakhstan for the first quarterfinal 2,000 meter relay for the women here on the ISU World Cup short track in Gdansk. The last ISU World Cup of this season. Team Korea, number 3 from the current Crystal Globe standings on the relay. Starting from the third starting position.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this first quarter final. So it is first and second place from each race, together with 2 fastest third place teams to qualify for the semi-finals of tomorrow. See already Team Japan, Team USA, different tactic from them. A bit later push to third woman in their team. Now it is 4 women from each team in the track. Team Japan leading for Korea, the USA and Kazakhstan. Team Korea, silver medalist on last year's World Championships. Also the runners-up in the Olympics 2022 in Beijing. As this Team Japan leading the race, dictating the pace in the front. Team USA, it is Krista Santos, final skater. Skates, I think, half a lap longer each time. Now to give Tina Willett a little bit more rest in between. Now it is Corrine Stoddard for Team USA in the track. Gives a push to Kristen Santos Griswold. As this still Team Japan leading the race. You see it again. Half a lap difference. Chris Santos skating 2 laps each time. So Team USA is closer to the pack as Korea is taking over the lead from Team Japan. USA also making a move on the inside of Kazakhstan, moving up to 3rd spot. And Sakashim for Team Korea. These are the closing skaters for each team. It is Team Korea followed by Team USA. Kazakhstan in 3rd. Japan in 4th. Let's go there from Team Korea. USA looks it could make a pass on the inside, but now they fall back to the 3rd place. Team Korea is still leading. Kazakhstan has moved up, but now loses that 2nd place to the United States. So we have 4 laps to go. Last time, each one is in the red. Green started trying to make a move on the inside of Suki Shim for Korea. Creating a gap to Kazakhstan and Japan. As these are the final pushes. Team Korea and Team USA close together. This Kristen Santos on the inside. Takes over the lead. And the finish, it is Kristen Santos. Takes the win for Team USA. Korea in second, Kazakhstan in third. And Team Japan, unfortunately, with a fall in those last few laps, will end up in 4th place. But to see the yellow box on the screen, so the referee will take a look. See the replay of the action here. It was the Japanese team leading from the beginning. Here we see the move on the inside from Team Korea. Taking over the lead, and in the last 2 laps it was Kristen Santos for Team USA who took the lead up until the finishing line. There we see the fall from the Japanese skater in the back. And the finish for both Team USA and Team Korea. There we have it. It is a penalty for Team Kazakhstan. United States and Team Korea move on to the semi-finals. Together with Japan now. Plus the third place time we see here for lane change during exchange. Contact obstruction from Team Kazakhstan. That's why they got the penalty, as we then continue with the second quarterfinal. On the ice we see Team Canada, Team China, Team Poland and Team Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second quarterfinal. It is Team China take the lead early in this race. Number 5 from the world ranking. Followed by Team Canada. Runner-ups in the world ranking as it stands for now. Team Poland, number 6 of the world ranking. 4th in the European Championships. A month ago also here in Gdansk. Ukraine already behind. So let's try to close that gap towards the first 3 teams. For Team China it is Wenyu Liu Jia, Song Yifai, Song Jianing Zhang. Skate this quarter final. Team Canada it is now on the track Cody Saro. Together with Claudia Gagnon, Kim Boutin and Dene Blé. We also have Team Poland now in the track. It is Kamila Stomowska together with Gabriela Topolska, Anna Sokolowska, Olivia Bobier. For Team Ukraine, Ksenia Ademenko, Svetlana Repetska, Miroslava Seliukova and Yelizaveta Sidoko. 16 women on the ice here. It is Team Canada has taken over the lead. As I say it is Team China with the pass on the inside. Takes the lead back. Also Team Poland still hanging on. You see Kim Boutin now for Team Canada pushes her teammate Courtney Sarrault. And the inside pass on that exchange from Team Canada, taking back the lead from Team China. Also Team Poland closing that gap. So we have 13 laps to go in the second quarterfinal 3000 meters relay. Canada picking up some pace when Boutin is in the track for Team Canada. Great driver back in the World Cup circuit. As the pace increases, also China moving along with Canada still in the lead. Poland now has to leave some room to the first two teams. Team Canada with another big increase in pace, creating a comfortable lead over Team China and Team Poland. Team Poland having to give it all, as also two fastest third place teams will qualify for the semi-finals. Go towards the end of this second quarter final. Last two laps for Team Canada. And also for Team China and Team Poland. You see it here. It is an easy win for Team Canada. Team China in second. Third place time of Team Poland. A lot faster than last race time of Team Japan. So the 4:20.68 will be enough. It's one of the fastest third place times. But they still have to wait for the final heat, of course. If it is enough. We have the replay of the action here. Bad exchange there also for Team Ukraine. Already early in this second quarter final. See the fall here from the Chinese skater at that exchange. Those are the final results. So Team Canada and Team China moving on to the semi-finals. Team Poland still has to wait for the final race if their time is enough. So we continue with the third and last quarterfinal 3000 meter relay for the women. Three teams on the ice: Team the Netherlands, Team Hungary, and Team Italy. Team the Netherlands, the reigning Olympic, World and European champions. Also leader of the current World Cup standings. Italy, silver medalist on the European Championships.
Go to the start.
we've started with this third and last quarter-final 3000 meter relay for the women. Two teams in the track. The start will be already quite fast in order to make sure that also the third spot can qualify for the semi-finals. Now Diede van Oorschot for Team the Netherlands in the track. All three teams still close together. Team the Netherlands clear favorites, especially in the last couple of years. Won a lot. Unbeatable in the last 4 World Cups. Only the first World Cup they became third, but they won the last 4 World Cups. They'll definitely try to also win this 5th one. It's a comfortable lead in the world ranking, about 100 points on Canada. As the 2 teams are still close together. Now this Team Italy moving up to the 2nd place. That's all the silver medalists on the European Championships. Just missed out on the medals during last year's World Championships. Came 4th in the A final. You only find them on the 7th place actually in the world ranking, in which the top 8 qualify for the World Championships. Number 8 in that ranking it is Team Hungary, also in this quarter final. We have 12 laps to go in this third and last quarterfinal 3000 meter women's relay. Netherlands still leading the race. Team Italy closely behind them. Hungary now having to leave a little bit of a gap there to the front 2 teams. Samuel Poutsma now for the Netherlands in the track, giving a push to the closest skater, Xandra Velzenboer. Team Italy, it is Gloria Ioratti, right behind Velzenboer. Now Team Italy is taking over the lead with the inside pass on the Netherlands. To go to the last couple of laps, last 5 laps. All the skaters in the track for the last time. Now go to the last 2 laps, so the closest skaters will see them now in the track. It is Velzenboer against Ioratti. Numbers 1 and 2 qualify for the semi-finals. Let's see if they will battle it out or just let it go. We see a battle. It is Velzenboer on the inside, taking over the lead as they go onto finish line. It is Team Netherlands in first, Team Italy in second, Team Hungary in third. With the time of Team Hungary fast enough to qualify as the fastest third place skaters. First place team. That means that Team Japan from the first heat doesn't qualify for the semi-finals. See the replay of the action in this third and last 3000 meter relay quarter final. Stelsboer making her move on the inside in the last 2 laps on Iorati for Team Italy. Just across the finish line. Here we have the final results, so all 3 teams qualified for the semi-finals. It will be skated tomorrow afternoon. We'll now reserve the ice. You'll see here the qualifiers, so these 8 teams, you'll see them back in the semi-finals. Now reserve the ice and we'll see you back in about 10 minutes for the 5,000 meter relay men quarter finals. Last bit of competition of today here in Gdansk. We'll see you shortly for the last bit of action here in Poland. So here we go, the 5,000 meter relay men quarterfinals. 4 quarterfinals to go on this qualifying day here at the ISU World Cup short track speed skating. The 6th and last World Cup of this season. So we'll end this qualifying day with these 5,000 meter men quarterfinals. In the first quarterfinal we see on the ice Team Canada, Team Belgium, Team Poland and Team France. So 16 skaters on the ice, 45 laps, in which the number 1 and 2 of each race qualify for the semi-finals.
Go to the start. Ready.
There we go, the start of the first quarter final. 4 teams on the ice battling for the first 2 spots. This Team France take the early lead. Tristan Navarro, number 107 on his helmet, leading for Team France. Right behind him it is Team Canada. Won 2 World Cups, the first one in Montreal and the third one in Beijing in China. Also the reigning Olympic champions. Third it is Team Poland. Bronze medal winners on the European Championships. And fourth it is Team Belgium. Silver medal winners on the European Championships this year. Also here in Gdansk. We'll see the Belgian team world ranking on number 5. Won the bronze medal in Seoul during the 4th World Cup. As the top 8 of the world ranking will be invited to the World Championships in a couple of weeks in Ahoy, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. The 4 teams battling for the first 2 spots. Still Team France leading for Team Canada, Team Poland and Team Belgium. It is now Quentin Vercock, Team France, doing his laps. Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Team Canada. Easy beginning here as the laps count down. These are the closing skaters. Very fast Steven Dubois now giving a push to Pascal Dion. It is now Team Canada taking over the lead from Team France. All 4 teams still close together. Diane Cellier now for Team Poland. They're all looking at each other. Where can I pass it? Is Team France now on the inside, taking back the lead. 25 laps to go. This first quarterfinal 5,000 meter men's relay. Etienne Bassier leading the race for Team France. It is Pascal Dion who pushes Pierre Gilles along. Team France taking over the lead once again as Sellier hangs on for Team Poland in third. Gives a push to Nowinski. Team Poland gets cheered on by the crowd here in Gdansk. Pace is slowly picking up. Lap times around 9:0. We have 80 laps to go, and now we see the increase in pace by Team Canada, newly creating a gap to Team France. Team France defending on the pass by Team Poland. Team Poland now to the second place. Also Team Belgium moving up to the third spot. Team France getting behind. And it is the Canadian team picking up some pace. Team Poland having closed that gap. First two teams close together. Behind them it is Team Belgium. Still about half a corner behind on the first two teams. As you see the yellow box in the bottom left of your screen. It will be reviewed by the referees. Team Belgium in third, closely followed by Team France in fourth. In order to qualify for these semi-finals, they have to do something. Close that gap to the front two teams. As Team Canada still leads this race. There are the balls on the inside. Jan Sellier for Team Poland takes over the lead from Team Canada. Still a big gap between Team Poland, Team Canada and two European teams, Team Belgium and Team France. Belgium desperately tries to close that gap towards the Canadians and Poland team. As we have 6 laps to go, all skaters for their last time in the track. Again, the great push from Pascal Dion on Pierre Gilles. Moving along the Polish team, but it is Jan Sellier for Team Poland who takes back the lead. As you see also the French team now moving up to third. As we go towards the last 2 laps. Can Steiner-Smith for Team Belgium do something in those last laps? Quentin Vercock for Team France. As you can see, it is Tristan Navarro for Team France in the track, but here we see the front. Team Poland and Team Canada battling for the win in this first quarterfinal. It is in the end Team Canada who wins before Team Poland. France in third and Belgium in fourth place. It's still unofficial, as video review will take a look at the possible infringement. Here we see the close racing between Team Poland and Team France. Some great moves by Jan Sellier, the number 15 on his helmet for Team Poland. We see the final lap here, the inside pass of Steven Dubois. Has to go over the line first to win his first quarter-final 5,000 meter relay. And that's also all official. So it means that Canada and Poland move on to the semi-finals. So we can continue with the second quarter final. Again, 4 teams on the ice. Team Korea, Team Italy, Team Hungary and Team Turkey. Team Korea, the winners of last weekend in Germany, in Dresden. Their first win in the men's 5,000 meter relay this season.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of this second quarter final, 5,000 meter relay for the men. Again, 4 teams on the ice. Team Korea, Sung Woo-jang, Tae-sung Kim, Jiwon Park, Jira Seo. Team Italy, Mattia Antonelli, Andrea Cassinelli, Thomas Nadalini, Luca Speckenhauser. Team Hungary, Palas Motovic, Peter Yazapati, Vince Nogradi, Daniel Dibosh. And for Team Turkey, Furkan Akar, Metan Atan, Mohamed Bozdak, and Tatashi Murat. So again, 16 skaters on the ice here. 4 teams battling for the first 2 places. We see Jira Seo for Team Korea. Tae-sung Kim. They're followed by Thomas Nadalini for Team Italy. Still early in the race, everybody looking to get in the right position. See, move along, count the laps down. See, ice gets worse. You have to skate a bit different lines in order to avoid the very bad ice in the corners. See there, Tatashi for Team Turkey in the track. Ooh, and a fall for Team Hungary. Look like that exchange could be done quite fast. There they are already. Corner behind. Let's see what the other teams will do. Still looks like Team Korea at least this race doesn't increase the pace that much. See the Team Hungary within a couple of laps and close the gap. All 4 teams now back together. Team Hungary having to figure out And they will do the exchange in order to get back into the correct rhythm. You also see the yellow box appear on the screen. Also infringement between Hungary and Italy. Will be looked after by the video review. As we are halfway this second quarter final. Team Korea still leading the race. Pace slowly picking up. Team Italy still second, Turkey and third. Hungary back at it. Now still in fourth position. A few difficulties with the live stream. Finally see the action back on the screen, and we already have started with the third quarter final 5,000 meter men's relay. Just for your reference, the last quarterfinal, second quarterfinal, the relay men Korea and Italy through to the semi-finals. See if now on the ice again 4 teams: Team China, Team Kazakhstan, Team USA and Team Ukraine. All 4 teams still close together. Ukraine has to close a little gap there, but here they do that. Team China leading for Team Kazakhstan, Team United States. Now Team Kazakhstan taking over the lead from Team China. China, the World Cup leaders on the 5,000 meter men relay. Only 10 points ahead of Team Korea. A close battle between those 2 teams, and also Team Canada actually, for the win in the World Cup. The overall win. This Team Kazakhstan, 13 laps to go. Increases the pace even more. Team China still closely behind them. Team USA trying to get some good points here. But they're now outside of the top 8 in the World Cup standings. So if it stays this way, they won't qualify for the World Championships. Here we see the pass on Team China. That stays now to second, right behind Team Kazakhstan. Team China, the reigning world champions. First spot for now. We see some close racing towards the end of this third quarter final. Six laps to go, so all skaters will go into the track one last time. Do the final laps. The ice getting worse. Getting more difficult to go through the corners. You see a lot of skaters. There it is, Team United States. Very difficult corner for them. All skaters on 2 skates to the corner. As it is, Nikisha for Team Kazakhstan. Doing all last 3 laps as we see it now. Team USA closely behind them. Team China trying to make a move. Team USA now on the outside, taking over the lead. Very close finish here. As Team Ukraine also tumbles within. Kazakhstan in second, China in third. And that's a bad sign for China, leading the World Cup ranking. Still yellow box on the screen, so we have to wait for the official results. But if the result stands as it is now, China will lose out on a lot of points for the World Cup ranking. See the replay of some moves we did miss because of the technical difficulties. Howard making the move for Team USA on the inside of Team China. Almost going down here. Wasn't that bad ice conditions towards the end of these 500 meter relays. There Dennis Nikisha taking care of the last 3 laps for Team Kazakhstan. As he just manages to finish in second, right before Team China. So the first infringement was cleared by the video review. Still have a second block on the screen. 1 yellow block to go. Let's see what the final decision of the head referee is. Meantime, we see on the right the great move by Andrew Ao for Team USA in the last 2 laps there. Getting the win. And we have an advancement for Team China and actually a yellow card for Team Ukraine. We'll definitely see the replay here. Yellow card for impeding the race, yeah, and that's because they were 2 laps behind. And as Team China wants to go on the inside, Team Kazakhstan, this Team Ukraine. We're in the way as we continue with the 4th and last quarterfinal and also the last race of today. The 500 meter men relay, Team Japan, Team the Netherlands, Team Great Britain and Team Bulgaria. Ten Boer voor Team the Netherlands.
Go to the start. Ready.
So we are away, quarterfinal number 4. Last race of this qualifying day here in Gdansk. See Team Bulgaria really take the front. Ivan Donchev, Asen Gyurov, Steven Alexander Kumichev and Maxim Maximov. Team Bulgaria. Second now, Team Japan. Fourth place in World Cup standings. Shikasa Ayashi, Shoko Miyata, Hiroki Yokoyama, and Kazuki Yoshinaga for Team Great Britain. Now moved on to the second position in this race. This is Theo Collins, Jonathan Moody, Peter Riches, and Niall Tracy. Now all the way in the back, reigning European champions. 7th place only for Team the Netherlands currently in the World Cup standings. This Ten Boer we saw earlier starting Team the Netherlands. Friso Emons, Dankos and Bram Steenaert. So again, 16 skaters on the ice, 4 teams that will battle for the first 2 places at the finish line. Qualify for the semi-finals. 33 laps to go. Easy start. That will definitely change as we count down the laps. See number 41 in the track now, Tracy for Team Great Britain. Followed by Ivan Donchev. Now gives a push to his teammate to keep that second place. Staying out for Team the Netherlands. Still all the way in the back on 4th place for now. As the pace slowly picks up. Almost halfway. This 4th 5,000 meter quarterfinal. Now it's Team Japan and Team the Netherlands that are moving up to the 2nd and 3rd place, right behind Great Britain. Bulgaria trying to hold on. Pace slowly is increasing. 20 laps to go. Let's move on. Great push there by Ten Boer onto Friso Emons. Is this Niall Tracy in the front for Great Britain. In the back it is Bulgaria that goes down. So 3 teams left as Dankos makes the move for Team the Netherlands. Great Britain kind of hiccup there in the corner. Team Japan now moving along to the 2nd place, right behind Team the Netherlands. All 3 teams still close together. As you see now, Team Great Britain having to leave a bit of a gap there. Has to be closed by Niall Tracy, the closest skater. Friso Emons, number 14 for Team the Netherlands now. Gives a push to Dankos. In the back it is Yokoyama. for Team Japan. Right behind Dankos. This is a great push by the Japanese team on Yoshinaga. But not for long as Bram Steenaert makes sure to get the lead. Back again to Team the Netherlands. Now the ice is getting very bad towards the end of this race. 9 laps to go. As Ten Boer once more picks up some pace. Great Britain still holding on. Around the lap. Around the corner behind on Japan. And then that's trying to get away from Japan. As this Yokoyama trying to close that gap once again towards Dankos, who now pushes Bram Steenaert for his last stint for the Dutch team. With 4 laps to go. This 4th and last quarterfinal men's relay. Here we go, the last 2 laps. Friso Amons for Team the Netherlands. Hayashi for Team Japan. Steer the bell for the last lap. Great Britain. Can't really do much about it as it is the win for Team the Netherlands. Japan in 2nd, Great Britain in 3rd. Bulgaria ends up in 4th place. You see the replay here of this 4th quarterfinal. 5,000 meter men's relay. Dankos making the move for Team the Netherlands. Some exchanges here for the lead. Here bit ice conditions after 45 laps. And the finish for Team the Netherlands in 1st. So we'll have here the final results of this last race of today. It is Team the Netherlands and Team Japan that move on to the semi-finals. We see here the qualifiers for the semi-finals. The 8 teams that move on together with Team China that was advanced to the semi-finals. So in total, 9 teams that will be competing for the A and B final tomorrow afternoon. So that concludes all the racing of this last qualifying day. This last ISU World Cup short track here in Gdansk, Poland. I want to thank you all for watching. And hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow for the rapid charge races in the morning. And of course for the medal races in the afternoon also. The semi-finals for the relays will be skated in the afternoon session. So thank you all for watching, and hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow.
at the rink. Access eRink from anywhere.